Good morning, Carrie. Good morning, Ben. How y'all doing? Good morning, RS. Good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Y. Ritesh, Eric. Good morning, X. Chaz, baby. Terry St. Denis. Good morning, AK, Jake. Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Euro Boomer. Good morning, Robert, Pinky. How y'all doing? All right. Good morning, G Chen. Good morning, AK and Dougie. Y'all ready to get this day started? Good morning, Christina, Nick. Good morning, Patrick. Good morning, X. Good morning, Jason. Faizan, Tegan, Emerson, good morning. George, good morning. Chaz, good morning. All right. So, good morning, RS. Good morning, Barb. Good morning, Tip to Tell. Just switch out of this here. We'll get Bookmap rolling here for you this morning. So what should be expected this morning is we get this bounce, right? We've got a cash back this morning, a gap fill down at 451.19. And we did a late night nightcap presentation. So on that presentation, we talked about traditionally charting on a graph on the SPY, NQ, whatever you like. Hang tight, I gotta load this up. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, low F4. Good morning, Where We Roam. Oh, did I have the wrong date in the title? Oh, you know what? I should have switched that to the 20th. Dang it. Thanks for catching that this morning. Good morning, Ben. Good morning, Adam. AV for me, good morning. Barb's, good morning. George, good morning. Tip to Tell, good morning. JB, good morning. Steven. Bill, good to see you, brother. Zio, good morning. Philip. You know what? I'll have those, I'll put those support and resistance levels out right now. But I'm going to let you know that they probably do not matter at this point. You're going to want to traditionally chart. I wouldn't even chart support levels traditionally right now. We've got some price targets, I guess. We're going to be looking for a turn as well. I'll post those to you, though, in a few moments. Updated support and resistance levels. I'll get on that right now. I'll have that done the first 10 minutes or so. But I do want you to realize that this is still a seller market type situation. I'll chart this out on SPY and post it as well. I posted it out on ES last night. But I'll at least chart out how to be trading the SPY today, looking for major resistance levels to sell this market, to be honest with you. I don't know if it is. Does anyone out there bullish this morning? Bear heads. Give me just a few minutes here, and I'm going to pump out some support and resistance levels that some of you guys rely upon. I did forget to put those out last night. Give me just a second. Shouldn't take but a minute. I wouldn't be relying so much upon support and resistance levels rather than, I mean, there is a gnarly web of resistance here for the SPY. Same goes for NQ and on here. SPX. Same goes for NQ and IWM. Give me just a second. I'm going to put this stuff out for you right now. But let me know in the chat if you think we're going up. Or let me know if you think we're going to start selling off immediately off the bell. Let me know if you think we're going to trade sideways because it's not an OPEX day. Let me know if you think we trade sideways, then sell at the end of the day. Let me know if you think we're going to be super uber bullish. And if you do think we're going to be super uber bullish, how high do you think we're going? And we do have some, I think at 10 or 11, we've got some oil numbers coming out. Oil, it looks like XLE came down this morning, and it should continue to come down as well. If you feel like you're going to throw up or something short in the market, you could always short energy. Just a second here. Almost done. And I do wonder what the implications on energy or nat gas on if we go to war with Ukraine. I don't think you can get, hold on here, I get some wonkiness going on. What do I have going on here? Having some issues with Yeah, let me know. I want to know what you guys think. We talked last night as well about what to look for if we do get a real recovery, what a V-shaped recovery looks like, and also what a crown, well, I think they're called crown type recoveries, what those look like. So if you are bullish this morning, you're just looking for a couple different signs that we're bullish. They're not too difficult to figure out once you know what to look for. Let's see here. All right. Copy the link. It's not too bad. It only took me 6 minutes this morning. You guys are coming to rely upon those things. I kind of like it. All right, so the resistance and support levels, key pivots are now posted on Twitter in the nick of time. All right, so I'm going to show you guys. Let's see what you guys think about this morning. Start at the top here. See what you guys think. Sideways up today. Today we puke. So, Chris, you're thinking that we puke upwards? See what you guys are posting here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, you mama. Discord link is down in the description. Jobs report's not great this morning. Yeah, we nailed the SPY, NQ, and the rut. You're long the NQs. Hard to be bull right now. Yeah, it's hard to be a bull right now. I agree. The Euroboomer, I like what you're saying out there. I'm bullish to reload some puts. I will say this one thing. If you're a bear out there, you definitely want to be seeing, you know, you want to be seeing some sort of a, you'll make money off the bell if we start trading down immediately. But the bears, of course, they want it to rip higher so that they can get a firm rejection and get a nice shot straight down right now. So you kind of let the finger off, right? Let the bulls feel like they're going somewhere, and only to sell them out, right? Because, you know, we already know. I can for surely tell you right now that no bank, no bull, no retail guy thinks that we're going high. No one thinks we're going to 480 right now. So the bears want another chance to reject. Eric Raper's forever Tesla FOMO bull here. I respect that. I understand that. Yeah, we have to look off the open. If the volume is low off the open, we're gonna look for sellers above here. You can see right now sellers showing up at this moment at 475.68. You know, it would never shock me that we trade that high either. So I'm always open to that. I don't think that we do this morning, but we'll know off the bell where the sellers are hiding. Should be pretty easy to see where they are, where the resistance will be. So we'll be paying attention to that the moment that the market opens. We'll check the Qs as well. We'll check the Qs. We'll check SPY. We'll check IWM. Matter of fact, I'll pump those in right away so that we can look for some targeted opportunities today. All right. We'll get these loaded up now so that we're ready. What do I think about the $18.8 billion notional exposure, 4,800 calls for 211? Has on the floor for this correction. He is probably the best options trader, barely misses. Tough one to say. What do I think about that? He's a great options trader. I know that he's fighting right now with, I forget his name. It's a tough one to say. We'll get back into that one here in just a moment. But RS, I want to know if you think he's the best options trader ever, where do you think we wind up for, let's say right now? Like, do you think we hit 4,700 right now? Do you think we hit 4,700 after we hit 428? It's like, give me some timing on this. I always seem like bears throw numbers like this out and ask you questions like this, right? Eventually they're right, but getting there, you'd blow up your account, right? So I want more information, RS, on what you're saying. Are you saying that you think that we go to 4,700 or 4,800 right now, or by the 18th of February? Because I posit that we hit 428 before. I don't think we hit 428 on February 18th. I think you actually see it sooner, but I'm interested in that. Pop then fade. I don't know if it pops and fades this morning. We're gonna be looking for resistance this morning. We're on the hunt for resistance. Yeah, SPY was up 2.6 last night. I could go up 2.6 even today. Joey Harper's Diamond Hand and Bear. Good job. Let me take a look here. We're almost on the open. I got to get my stuff set up. Now, we all know our first resistance point is at 454.87, right? I doubt we sell off right off the bell. It's possible, but I doubt it. I think we close below 450 for the week, so today could be short from 454. Yeah, I like that number too. Well, someone bought 480s. I'm asking that question because if you, I'll bring up a chart later. What I'm going to do is post a chart for you, and there are bought 480 calls, a stack of them. A stack of 480 calls. I don't know who bought them. I know that someone bought them recently, and so let me bring this up. Let me bring up the actual chart here for you. Bring up this main display. You know, it's not like a retail trader bought them. This showed up this morning before the open. 476. Look at this up here. 474. We didn't see this yesterday. Bunch of sellers above at 474. And I think one of the guys from SG in an interview, there's an interview on YouTube from this weekend, like an hour-long interview where he said, who owns the 480 calls that are expiring? I don't know if they're expiring this week or next week, but it's the largest notional value, or the largest notional value of calls expiring is at 480. And I think they expire Friday, but it could be later. But somebody bought them, right? There's always a buyer and a seller, and you look up here. This just showed up this morning. This was not here yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on that today. And we've got more buyers than sellers coming right up into the bell. Just heads up on that as well. Looks like we've got some resistance showing up at 460, which is significantly higher. Now, this is all bound to change once we open up the market this morning. And there are landmines all over the place for bulls. And I've got some calls too. So, matter of fact, I got to take a look at those calls. So, though I want to be rooting for these calls to print off the bell, I don't think that they do. I don't think that they go crazy high this morning. I've got a bunch of, what do I have? I've got January 21st, 470C, 464C, 460C. I've got January 24th, 470C. I've got January 26th, 475C that I picked up heading into the close yesterday. Had a couple that I owned before the first drop. And I closed some puts yesterday into the bell as well, and then rotated in and traded, or the ones that I was holding earlier, ended up dollar cost averaging down those options, and then added some more for a snapback play off the bell this morning. But I'm not holding the interesting part is, if this was any other time, I would be holding these and not trying to sell them at some point. So I don't have a viewpoint this morning where I think, hey, I bought the exact right time. We're going up to 480 or 475 or any kind of nonsense like that. I got to get some stuff set up here because bell's about to ring. I want to see what the flow is like this morning. And you'll know it if we have a V-shaped recovery. You'll know it in just the flow that's coming out. You'll know it in everything else that's going on. If you guys remember yesterday, we talked about, or at the end of the day, after the bell, if any of you logged off yesterday after the bell, a ton of flow came in after the bell yesterday. Wait a minute. Almost lost my trading account. A ton of hedging activity came into the market after the bell yesterday. That's going to affect us today at some point. Just noise right now on IWM. Looks like we've got support down below right now, currently at 202.56. Shocked to see 360. We were just talking about 390 the other day, right? Same thing down here, 360.11. This is firming up above here. Oh, this market's going down. I can promise you that. I would say that if you're a bear, that this is one of those times where you go down to your bunker and just wait until they print. Wait until your puts print. So right off the bell this morning, Tesla, January 21, 1030p puts, $860,000. First resistance should be at 455.87. Look above here to 20827 on IWM. $208.31. And then on the Qs, look for 371.56 and 373.76. Now seeing some huge Tesla calls coming in. February 18th, 1000C, $4.7 million. That's quite substantial. Calls coming in on Apple, Amazon. X is a high algo score. X, February 18th, 25C, for only $37,000, but it does get a high algo score. February 18th, 25C. Also seeing calls on Facebook, 400C expiring 5/20. That's May 20th. Some calls on Roku, January 21, 175C. NVIDIA, January 21, 255C. The big boy, though, this morning is Tesla, February 18th, 1000C for $4.7 million. Watching some Ford puts come in. I know you guys, it's interesting. I seem to always see Tesla calls and Ford puts, or Ford calls and Tesla puts. So this morning we've got Ford puts coming in March 18th, 22P. Whole bunch of them for almost $1 million on Ford puts. The strike is 22P, March 18th. MU has some calls coming this morning. January 21, 91C. SoFi has calls this morning. SOFI, that's January 21, 15.5C. And Affirm has calls this morning. AFRM, that's January 21, 67C. Now, I did tell you that we have MU calls coming in, but we have a mixed bag this morning. We also have a ton of puts coming in on MU. That's February 18th, 87.5P. So be careful on MU at this point. Seems like people have different viewpoints this morning. Roku is running this morning. Roblox is looking good this morning. AMD got a downgrade, supposedly. That's what I'm reading over here, at least. Got sellers above on the SPY at 454.91. Let's look above and see if there's more sellers hiding anywhere else. Nope, not really. I ain't seeing much here. This is new this morning, 474.61. This is an interesting update. We didn't see any of this yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on that one if we do trade higher into that zone this morning. But I'll tell you what, this doesn't look off the bell to me. This doesn't look off the bell to me like a V-shaped recovery, right? It could move up and trade higher, but for all intents and purposes at this moment, whenever you guys have seen V-shaped recoveries, they're usually just like they sound, right? Straight vertical. And at this moment, we haven't seen that in the market this morning. So what are we looking for, right? We're going to look for exhaustion in the bulls at some point. We have some AMC calls coming in January 20, January 21, 20 Cs. BBIG, I know some of you guys like BBIG. January 21, 4.5 C. MSFT, Microsoft calls. Apple calls. One Daring Soul is buying March 18th, 22C on Ford this morning for $180,000. You know, V-shaped recoveries tend to look like V-shaped, so they better pick it up this morning. Also noticing more Ford call buyers coming into the scene now. There were a lot of Ford puts that came out. Now we've got Ford calls. March 18th, 22C again for $147,000. They're going to need to pump out a couple million to not be catching knives on Ford this morning. Because the bears are on attack of Ford at this point. And Ford's ripping up. It's at 22.29. You need to keep the calls flowing in to keep Ford up this morning. BBIG, more calls coming in. January 21st, 4.5C, $16,000. Microsoft, more calls coming in this morning. 325C for $250,000. Twitter is back on the good side of the internet. It's just been stepped on. Twitter, April 14th, 45C. Twitter's got to be the redheaded stepchild of Wall Street, right? Just like no one likes it. It's been getting ragdolled for years. Talk about adding insult to injury. Like the one time it goes up, when was the last time it was at $80? It's been a while. 2013 Twitter was at $74. It's a long time to be waiting to go back to $80. And then you get knocked right back down again. Now you're down to $38 again. So there are some calls coming out this morning on Twitter. Market is moving higher. I'm going to bring up some Tesla for you guys out there because Tesla has some massive call hedging coming in this morning. This is hard to deny at this point. We now have new Tesla calls coming through. Tesla February 18th, 1000C for $2.9 million. So this is the most bullish stock this morning. What a way to tease the market alive, huh? If you're going to tease the market alive and get the bulls all fired up, if the market's on life support, what stock do you pump to get everybody all pumped up? And here we go again. Tesla, February 18th, 1000C for $4.6 million this morning. Look at that, right? Shot of adrenaline into the heart of the junkie market. Shocker. So I'm going to post these trades directly to Twitter this morning so you guys can see them because I don't know if you believe me or not. So for a total of $12.2 million right outside of the gate this morning, we've got Tesla. Should I be surprised at this? No. You know, just for what took place yesterday, to see this morning, right? Just it's like you've got a bank like you got like Goldman Sachs. You got like Jamie Dimon from JPM's like, well, we got to bring the market back a little bit. How do we do that? And you got some stooge in the corner that's like, oh, you know, you prop up Apple tomorrow. And Jamie Dimon's like, no, we need something better than that. And so they're like, oh, of course, you pump Tesla. That's all you have to do. You bring out the Tesla bulls. Because Tesla bulls will get all over social media. They'll be like, we're going up, bro. We're going up. So it's kind of a hilarious thing. So I'm going to post this on Twitter right now. So we've got three sets of calls for a grand total of 12.2 million going long on Tesla this morning. And they've got these calls. These are short dated for $12.2 million. They're not 3 months out or 6 months out. This is some risk being put on in the market this morning, right off the bell. Although I would really like to see those calls be like 1,200 Cs. Put like 10 or 12 million. SoftBank, if you're listening out there, place 12 or 20 million dollars in calls at like 1,400 C, bro. 1,400 C. So I got those posted to my public accounts. I'll post them to the private account for you. Yeah, so if you wanted to inject cocaine in the system of the market this morning, Tesla's probably the way to go. I got to ask you guys this morning, I haven't been around the GME gang in some time. The original GME gang I was with. So we'll keep Tesla up here. Let's see where the targets are in Tesla. But yesterday I went into one of like the super stock subs on Reddit. And I got to hear from you guys what you guys think of this. So I'm inside of this subreddit last night. And they're trying to say, or I guess there are people buying GME stock that think it's going to trade at like $2 million a share. Is that real? Yeah, there's bull flow on MSFT. Do you guys know anything about this? Are there really traders and investors that think that GME is going to like $200,000 a share? $100,000 a share? Because that's what I'm reading. And I'm a little taken aback by that. I wonder how many people were in the original run up on GME, because they basically pulled the plug. Yeah, I get the GME gang. I understand. I don't. It's not like you can't squeeze, but I was reading some really crazy shit. Like it's gonna squeeze to 200,000. Like this has to be naivety, because if that shit squeezed past $500, they would pull the fucking plug on it. The greed of old men knows no bounds. No bounds, which is terrible to say. Oh, look. Market's moving up. We've got MSFT call flow coming in. We've got MSFT $1.5 million. 414, 310C by the bucket loads. We've got, I'll post that flow for you on Twitter as well. Just had a bear step in on Tesla. We've got hood call flow coming in this morning. AFRM more call. So AFRM, we've got February 18th, 75C. Keep your eyes on that ticker. It's a trader's favorite. AFRM, February 18th, 75C for $432,000. Massive call flow on Tesla Misfit this morning. We also have very unusual call flow on Hood this morning. January 21, 15C. And then we have, you don't want to post this stuff here. We've got, it's kind of wonky right now. You got a bear that stepped in and traded January 21, 1030p for $1 million on Tesla. So I'm wondering if that's a part of the original trade, or if that's some kind of protection while going long, or if that's a bank that doesn't realize that so much money is coming into Tesla at the moment. So I'm going to post that Microsoft flow and the Tesla flow once again on the well, no, I think I already showed you the Tesla flow. I'll show you the Misfit and then the Affirm flow as well. I haven't seen Affirm calls like this in some time. So a grand total of $8 million on Misfit flow on MSFT. This is generally an area that I'm interested in the market right now. If we move up from here. GME did, you know, on the topic of conversation about GME, off the bell, they did trade up from 108 to 112.50. So they're up 5% this morning off the bell. It's just interesting that traders think that the market itself, that the banks themselves will allow a stock ticker to go up to $2 million. And the reason why I bring that up is because if you recall any crash that we've ever had in the past, there are times in the market where no one wants to buy or pay you for even shorts. They don't want to pay you for your puts. That has happened many times in the past. And so I don't see why anyone would want to pay you for a stock that goes to the price of $200,000 or $1 million, $2 million, no one's going to pay it. And that's the problem with that viewpoint. So I wonder if is this like a subreddit now that's just become a bunch of robots, some bots out there? Do people really think this stuff? Are kids thinking that that's going to take place? Because I was involved in trading GME when they pulled the plug the last time, right? And we know that that quote unquote Robinhood didn't have capital, and the order flow companies in the background for a bunch of different I don't know, face forward brokerages didn't have the capital necessary. But in the reality of things, they were going to pull that fucking plug one way or another. And I remember some traders got caught in it. And I remember that the traders that didn't get caught in it were real about getting out, taking their money and running. And I remember that some traders, the first time they did it, the first time they plugged it, or they cut it off, I remember hearing two camps, right? You had one camp that was like, take the money and run. And then another camp that was like, oh, no, man, we'll go right back at it tomorrow. And, of course, it never came back again like it did. Once the momentum was gone, once they pulled the plug, the party was over. Invariably, it was over, right? Because they're tipping their cards to you, letting you know that there ain't no fucking way you're doing it. You're just not gonna. So I wonder why this subreddit is going crazy right now. And I love GME gang, love the apes. Got nothing against them, but when I see posts where people are taking it serious, that they think they're gonna buy shares of GME and AMC, specifically GME, and it's gonna go to $2 million. They're very well smoking crack if they think that's happening. Okay, so we got some more calls coming in this morning on Wells Fargo Company, January 28th, 57C. SPY calls coming in this morning, 456C for January 21st. Apple calls coming in this morning, $700,000 on Apple, 175C, January 28th. Some GM calls coming in this morning, March 18th, 60C for $242,000. We are moving much higher on SPY right now. We're at 457.01. This is up here. I want you to see this up here. We've got a little bit of a rejection point firming up above here at 459.88. So mark this on your chart above here. making some money on some calls this morning. So I'm hoping that some of you are making some money as well. Seeing call flow come in on BA 121.90 or 121.220C. Now seeing some call flow coming in. This is the first call flow on AMD to February 4th, 140C for $120,000. Seeing some sellers step in here at 456.89. More sellers at 456.78. There is some significant inflow into January 21, 460C. See if there's still sellers above at 460. These are pretty significant sellers here. We do have more buyers than sellers. Hero indicator is green. There are a batch of sellers above here at 459.77. And also note there's still sellers above, hiding above here at 457 or so. These have not been exhausted yet. Do have a little bit of a bigger red bar down below here. Sellers being absorbed. It looks like I'd be looking for the 460 mark as your next stop. You know, there's some more traffic. There's more traffic above here at 457.66, 458.12. And then, of course, everybody knows about 460 due to the high from yesterday. Watching some more call flow come in on the SPY. January 21, 455C. More Wells Fargo. I'd pay attention to XLF this morning. I've seen a lot of calls coming in on the banks. Also, some call flow coming in on TSM. SoFi calls coming in still with some weight on it. July 15th, 15C, $324,000. China stocks getting some love this morning as well. And just a heads up, I did sell out of my calls at that 457 area. I did go very green up there at 457. And now I'm just looking for a place to re-short the market at this point. So if you're a bear, just be waiting to short the market. You'll be looking for a wave. You'll be looking for this hero indicator returning negative, of course. A wave of sellers entering the scene. You're just kind of sitting back and waiting and waiting to see what happens. This is still not the recovery that you're looking for or the signs of a healthy recovery. You have limited breadth in who's carrying the market right now. This still does not look like a V-shaped recovery. So we're waiting to see what takes place this morning. All right. I just want to keep you guys abreast of the situation. The bears are stepping in at this moment in the market, which is could be a little bit early. I really want to see the first bears stepping in. I guess I can see bears stepping in here. I'd really like to see it slightly higher, like 457.89. Maybe for the first wave of bears to throw himself at the market. But I got to make you aware that bears are stepping in slightly. There are some misfit puts coming in. 121,302.5, only $78,000. NVIDIA, only $49,000, but it's January 21, 240p. And then we have SPY puts for $225,000, 454p, expiring on January 21st. MU has some puts coming in, 318, 92.5p for $762,000, basically $750K. More SPY puts coming in right now. January 21, 454p, that's $230,000. AU puts, that's June 17th, 20p, right at small, tiny ticker, $400,000. And now we have another rack of SPY puts coming in, 454p for $200,000, January 21st. So there's the first wave of bulls are starting to step in at this moment. Or excuse me, bears are stepping in at this moment. Not to be unexpected. It's a little bit early, I think. I could be wrong in this. I would like to see a SPY go up slightly, but this is the first area where bears want to begin to reject. Be conscious of that in the market currently. There is some buy the dippers down here at 455.66. If we do trade down from here, I'm going to give you some price targets. If we do trade down, you're going to be looking for support at 454.93, and then 454.47 and 454.25. This might just be a quick day trade right here for the bears, but I'm hoping that the bears wait a little bit longer before going full crazy. Just had some more SPY puts come in, 121, 454 for $150,000, and puts another rack of 454Ps coming in for $200,000. This is close to $1 million at this point. 454P. Looks like a day trade at this point. So Twitter is just moving up on its own this morning. We just saw June 16th, 454 Cs come in on Twitter. Keep your heads up on Twitter this morning. Also, we have some bullish call flow this morning. ZTS set July's 15th, 210C for $1 million. ZTS. A beautiful short covering at this point. I am looking for a tag above here at this 457.72, and just like a magnet earlier, remember we had that mark above at 459, I think, right up in here, 458.92, slightly lower now. Some of the sellers are starting to reach down at 459.69. And I am looking for more of a rejection here at, I think we talked about this earlier, 457.97, 457.92. See if there's any rejection at that point. There are more calls coming in right now. It is a mixed bag. There's GM has $1.6 million on June 17th, 55C. Some calls on C, March 4th, 67C, two times. AFRM just keeps ripping higher and higher. Hood is ripping higher and higher this morning as well. Tesla continues to rip higher at this point. Also want to point out that if you switch from a 2-minute chart on the VIX to a 1-hour chart on the VIX, it tells a completely different story as to what's happening in the background of the market right now. Be conscious of the VIX showing two different looking charts out there, okay? Take a look at the 2-hour chart and then take a look at the 2-minute chart on the VIX. And on that note, you know about that expanding megaphone that we have on the VIX. I think we posted this chart on the expanding megaphone on the VIX. There is a little bit of a turn here on the VIX. Just be conscious of that. You are looking for where we should trade down here in the VIX from, on a 2-minute chart, we should trade down from 22.15 possibly to 21.92. Bounce around a little bit. But you would think that the next stop would be a move much, much higher. So this still looks like we're going to reject at some point today. Just keep an eye on the VIX. If you put it on a 2-minute chart, you can actually just visualize an expanding megaphone. It's been trading in this megaphone now since the 18th. We are at the bottom of this megaphone at the moment. And if you wanted to get uber bullish and say, hey, we're going to do a V-shaped recovery, or a crown type recovery, you're going to be looking for this VIX structure to break below the megaphone. If you are ready or saying, hey, I'm a bear and I want to take the short, you want to be looking for this basing activity down here in this megaphone, and then a rip higher to somewhere around 20, 24, 25 or so. Watching some Twitter puts coming in at 70 grand, not really a ton of it. 121.39p. Twitter's been on fire this morning. Also watching some more calls coming in on MU, SoFi, more calls coming in on Affirm, GM, $1.6 million in calls, amazing. Calls coming in on Hertz this morning, HTZ. Also have calls coming in on AMD, PFE, NVIDIA. More calls on MU and now the SPY, January 21, 459C for $176,000. And that does seem reasonable to trade up to that 460 mark. First little contentious part should be right where we are, this 457 area. And this price target above disappeared for a little bit. Looks like some of the sellers came down below. But just like yesterday, when we had a target price target below down here at 450, it does look like the sellers are hiding above at 460. And that would be your next large resistance zone. So we've got nice resistance here at 450. So I'm going to get this exact here. Almost right where we are, 457.64. So this is your next resistance point. Then just above that, you'll have another one from the high from yesterday at 459.61. Watching puts come in on AMGN. That's Alpha Mike Gamma November, AMGN. February 18th, 220p. High algo score, $287,000. Next rejection point should be 458.09, or at least volatility. And then above, you're looking at 459.38 or so. Just had a golden ticket come in. The ticker is STLD, Sierra Tango Lima Delta, August 19th, 60C for $1.2 million. That ticker is Steel Dynamics, a materials trade, when golden tickets come out, it is sometimes, not always, sometimes they run without you getting in on them, but you want to usually snap its direction. You want to either look for a trend change or a trade down to pick up that trade. So if you're going to follow that trade on STLD, you may want to wait for a pullback to the 59.78 area to take that trade on. Sometimes you have to jump on them right when they come in, but if you miss it, there's usually another opportunity for entry if they're already trending up. Sometimes the golden tickets come in, we'll be trading down. You want to wait for the turn to pick those golden tickets up. Currently, at this moment, it is ripping higher at this moment. You might miss that trade. You have to pick out your own risk profile on that trade. Again, that's Steel Dynamics. It's STLD, golden ticket, August 19th, 60C for $1.2 million. You could also ride it for just today on some zero dates or the closest expiring in the money call. We're going to take a look at Tesla here and see if it can break above resistance. Tesla seems to be grinding away, and it's in this trouble zone. Not really trouble like a negative, but it is inside of this zone right here. It's trying to stay above 1031. They broke above this resistance, and now they're just kind of grinding away. The price target on Tesla right now is, of course, 1050. We'll look above in case you're uber bullish. Also watching more Twitter calls come in this morning. June 16th, 50C for $466,000. So your roof right now in Tesla is 1050. This is unusual to see on Tesla. There's a little bit of volatility and some ice above to 1070. Clear skies to 1100 then at that point. Normally you see a little bit more resistance above here. This is unusual to see on Tesla. Not common to see such clean resistance above, even though there is some ice stuck in here. The next price target on Tesla is going to be 1050. Wait a minute, let's take a look again. The real resistance above is at 1048.72. And we are starting to break above this weak resistance here at 1035, 1040. You are going to be looking to take this trade at 1050 at least. So we'll stay here on Tesla at the moment for you Tesla bulls. Watching another round. This is the second round of puts on AMGN. Earlier, we saw February 18th, 220p for $300,000. Just saw another round of puts on AMGN. February 18th, 220p again, but this time for $620,000. So it's a full $1 million in puts against AMGN. That's Alpha Mike Gamma November AMGN. Also watching more calls come in on C. June 17th, 62.5 calls, now for $677,000. That 460 looks like the price target on SPY still. We'll get a little bit more granular here and see if there's much resistance above. We have a little bit of ice above here at 458.49. Buyers are definitely in control on the SPY at this point. Watching more call flow come in on the SPY. January 21st, 461p or 461C calls on SPY. Tesla bulls are breaking through resistance here at 1039. Your next area of light resistance is at 1044.25. And your price target is 1050 on Tesla. Another 11 points. Thanks, James Buchanan, for tipping $50. If any of you guys are making money this morning, if you're not losing all your money, becoming a better trader, please donate to the channel. There's a way to tip down below in the description. If you don't want to sign up for PayPal, another gentleman yesterday let me know to let people know out there, if you don't want to sign up for PayPal or don't have a PayPal account, on the Twitter handle at Captains Alpha, I have a pinned tweet at the top where you can donate directly and not have to go through PayPal. If you're a new trader, poor trader, you don't have a lot of money, or you've been blowing up your accounts, you can always just like and subscribe. I always appreciate the support any way that we can get it around here. It does keep this free channel and this free sub alive. I've got the, you figure that the first real trouble is going to be at I think it's 459.59. It is showing up here that the sellers are up here at 459.95, but I would be concerned that they swoop down at some point before we get there. So keep that in mind. We should at some point hit some turbulence. If you haven't made any entries today and you want an entry point, just give me a few moments and I'll look for one for you. Also have some calls coming in on January 28th, 31C, high algo score, EWZ, that's Echo. Oh, I forget what W is anymore. What the alpha, whatever the sign is for that. I'm getting old. EWZ. 128.31C. Also more call flow coming in on CCL, March 18th, 22.5. If you're looking for a bounce to pick up the SPY, if you still have been hesitant at this point, look for somewhere around 457.26, 457.62, and you could possibly ride it up to that 459 number. Looks like everybody's in on 460C. Seeing some more calls in 461. But I wouldn't hold the 461, right? You're going to be looking to exit whatever calls are in by the time we get to 460. That should be a pretty turbulent area. If you're a bear, that's probably going to be the place that you're going to look for to really... We saw the bears step in briefly earlier. Seemed like it was a little too early for the bears. They stepped in back before around 10 a.m. They took a shot at it. They dumped it down slightly. They didn't really get down below 455.55. You might have some bears stepping in at some point. I see some puts coming in on Uber. January 21, 42p for $500,000. I would be wary of it. Still wary of entering short here. I'm going to be looking to enter short above at this 460 number. Also watching some puts come in on XBI, biotech ETF, February 11th, 99p for $500,000. So that puts us stacking up a little bit. Still not enough to call this. We're getting bearish at this point. Maybe just a moment here in the morning at 11 a.m. You'll see us trade down slightly and then make another move up to the 460 number. Just another moment until another pump comes through. You really want to be waiting if you're bearish to re-enter short until you see a wall or a wave of puts. We're not quite seeing that at this moment. We're still kind of riding up the 21 MA, the 21 daily moving average on the SPY. We just touched it again just at this moment. We're running up on the daily at least. If you're on the MAC, or excuse me, the simple moving average, 21 MA on the SPY on a daily chart on the 1 minute. We trade slightly below it. We traded slightly below it to the 50 MA on the daily chart on the 1 minute earlier at like 10:17 this morning. So if you wanted to wait for that 50 MA, that price target is 457.09. So I guess your two price targets to take long on SPY is right where we just were at 457.80. Next tag would be 457.20, somewhere in there, to grab another 15-minute trade. Seeing some more XBI puts come in. February 18th, 94p. Also watching pretty decent calls coming in on Vale, V-A-L-E, March 18th, 16C. And that's significant. It's $234,000. That second XBI put that came in, so the first one that came in on XBI was $500,000. The second one that came in on XBI was $1.4 million. That one was significant. So now $2 million against XBI. XBI can't seem to catch a break. Good morning, Randall Holt. Thank you for subscribing, brother. Always appreciate a subscriber. Now we should break above here in the SPY. We're going to take a look a little bit closer here. Little bit of sellers stepping in now at 459 rather than, and we're above this 458, 52. We should trade up here. You'll start to see sellers start to trickle down from that 459, 59 level. I know it's showing the sellers at 459.96. But you are going to be looking for them to slightly come down. The Bears don't want to see is us get higher than the high from yesterday, right? So the high yesterday was 459.61 off the bell. And so the Bears will be looking to make a stand up there at 459.61 or so. They are hiding above at 459.96. So they are going to want to swoop in. So we're going to pay attention to that number. It's going to be important. If you are long in this market, if you picked up calls there, either at the bell yesterday or this morning, you probably want to be taking some profit as we drive ourselves up here to this. I'd say call it like 459.60 or so, somewhere in there, getting close to there. Take profit. I tell this to the Bears and the Bulls all the time, right? You take your profit off the table. You let the algos do the work for you if you're going to remain bullish. You coming out of your calls, you're not impacting the market, believe it or not. The banks are the ones that run and control where we head in the market. Take your cards, your money off the table. If you're still bullish, you wait until we break through that 459.60, 459.96 area. You pick the trade back up again, and you run it up higher. But otherwise, if you've been in this trade all morning since the opening bell, look to be starting to get ready to take profit. We're coming into that area now where we start to grind or we start to reject. You don't need all the money, right? You just need a portion of it. We'll take a look at Tesla and see if it's going to slam up into the 460 area here. I mean, not 460, excuse me, 450 area. You can see they're coming into some turbulence as well. You can somewhat relate this. We'll look at Microsoft next and see what they're doing. But you can see, right, there'll be this area of volatility as they come up to this 450 area. You'll end up seeing, or not 1050, but you'll end up seeing feeders come down, right? The sellers will feed into this volatility area, trying to resist and move up to 1050. That doesn't mean we won't move up to 1050 or tag 1050. Just that if you're trading and you're looking at your calls specifically, you'll start to see some of the value of them drop off as we move up to this 1050 area. And next we're going to bring up Microsoft because that was another one that was pumped by the big boys this morning. So look at Microsoft here. And I'm sure the bears are getting itchy right at this point. Bears have to be getting itchy out there. And if you are looking to take a short on the market at this point, I'm still waiting for, I'm kind of cheap on both ends. So I don't know that you'd ever want to listen to me, but I'm probably going to wait for rejection at the 459, maybe even 460. Maybe we bounce above briefly on 460. And then we get rejected and move on down. So I'm going to wait for that volatility zone to clear up a little bit. I don't want to get ground to bits up there. And you can see right now, Microsoft just bashing around, wrecking the bears up here at 310.86. They're going to be working towards 313. And ultimately, they have that same similar price target, right? Their price target above is going to be, let's take a look at this closer. We got 312 up here that the bulls will be targeting. And we're also ultimately looking for the 315 mark on Misfit Microsoft MSFT. There is some volatility in here. So just be conscious of that if you're a bull trading Microsoft. We called out Microsoft and Tesla off the bell this morning as the drivers of the market. We have more CCL calls coming in at the moment. Whole bunch of calls on CCL. And they're dated for February 18th, 20C. As well, I've got three sets of calls on CCL, 20C expiring February 18th. And then I've got one more set of calls on CCL, March 18th, 20C. I like that March 18th, 20C better. Gives a little bit more protection in case we do reverse at some point this morning. March 18th, 20C. February 18th, 20C. Now we have some more calls coming in on CCL. February 18th, 20C. So almost $1 million in calls on CCL this morning. We also have more puts coming in right now. We've got puts on the VIX, VXX, March 18th, 19P for $800,000. XBI has more puts coming in. They've got February 11th, 97P. Nobody likes XBI this morning. XBI is just not getting the love today. All right. Yeah. All right, I just bought February 7th SPY put spreads, 459, 458 Ps, expiring on February 7th. They cost $40. They print $60. 50% probability of profit. 459, 458 P, expiring February 7th. And I'll get more aggressive with puts as we move up. Okay, Microsoft is out. Let's look at Tesla. We have a rejection on Tesla here we're down to 1032. Buyers are still in control. The hero indicator is slightly turning down here. Let's take a look at the hero indicator on Tesla. We'll take a look at the SPY as well. Nice push up into the 1109 hour, and now we're trading down on the hero indicator on Tesla as well. Should see the bears stepping in at this point. This will be the first place that the bears will be taking a stand. Also just watched the bears step in with January 24, 455 P for $200,000. Also watching more ARK K puts come in January 28th, 76P for $76,000. More CCL calls coming in. I'm going to post this call flow in CCL on Twitter. CCL has just rapid fire calls coming in at this point. Nikola has calls coming in right now as well. Not going to post those calls. Not a fan of Nikola, but there are calls coming in on NKLA. All right, save that. CCL is moving up in the call world here. Just posted the flow on CCL. Also post the current bullish and bearish flow in the market, like top 10 contenders or whatever they are. SPY is trading down to on the simple moving average on the daily, just traded down to that 50 MA, which is that 457.68 mark. Take a look and see if it settles down a little bit or if it trades lower. Watching more RK puts coming in. This is the second set on RK. January 28th, 76p for $143,000. Total on RK puts right now on Algo Flow is $210,000. And RK did just break through on its daily, right? Just broke through the 50 MA. Price targets below include 79.57, 78.75, and 78.19. Just had some more dip buyers step in on SPY. January 21, 461C for $100,000. And seeing some SoFi puts come in at this point. I know some of you guys like SoFi out there, so I'll do SoFi next. And I'll take a look and see if you guys have been requesting tickers. I'll take a look at the chat and see if we can pop some tickers up for you. So I'm going to turn this camera on too. All right, you guys got me now. All right, so call out some tickers and I'll start checking some tickers for you. So SoFi has puts coming in, $19,000, 15.5 is the target. And it looks like you have support at $15 flat, and then down below at $14. Snap, please. What's Josh saying? Not blaming him, trying to hold him accountable. The least he could do is actually talk about the plays he endorsed yesterday to offer people any type of answer or guidance. LOL. Okay, so I'm missing some of your comments here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Who is this? All right, so Josh, I just saw your comment. Not blaming him, trying to hold him accountable. The least he could do is actually talk about the plays he endorsed yesterday to offer people any type of answer or guidance. Can you give more words so that I can understand what you're trying to say? Then Amazon and RSX. Oh, wait a minute. Where am I at in this feed? Hang tight 1 second here. I'm trying to get through the comments here and figure some stuff out. Hey, so you guys just hang tight for just 1 second. What's going on with Josh? What is Josh saying that I endorsed yesterday? Where's Josh at? Bring Josh up here. No, I want to ask a question. So you guys are out there right now. I want to hear what Josh is saying. Is at Josh saying that he waited until the bell to buy puts? Is that what Josh is saying? Is Josh like a bottom buyer and a top buyer? Is that what he is? Oh, okay, we can do that. Where's Josh at? Bring him. Josh, I didn't see any of your tweets there, Josh, or texts. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about this real quick before we go any further, okay? I'll bring Snap up. Yeah, let's talk a little bit, okay? Let's talk real quick here about this. Hang tight here. I got to look at some stuff. Let's have a little chat, okay? Let's talk about some stuff here, okay? Let's be very clear. Okay, this isn't about when you should or shouldn't buy either. But we want to talk about some stuff, okay? Number one, let's talk about timing your trades. Number two, let's talk about start watching the fucking feed in the morning when we talked about that we're going down, right? Did Josh buy puts yesterday at open? I want to fucking know. Because I'm going to say right now that I guarantee he didn't. Right? Did he? Did he? Who do we need to ban in here that can't buy fucking puts at the open yesterday? I mean, seriously. How do you not buy fucking puts at the open yesterday? Did you not hear my 1 hour long fucking rant yesterday? Was that not a fucking enough? Or did you have to wait until 3:55 to buy puts? Let's go further with it. Let's go further with it. Did you buy puts at the fucking close yesterday and then paper-handed sell those bitches because what you think we're going up this morning? Is that what you think? Because we haven't traded above shit this morning at this point. We haven't traded above nothing this morning. And there's nothing bullish about this market right now this morning. No matter what you're fucking saying out there. There ain't nothing bullish about this market this morning. So I want to know what fucking part of this market is bullish to you down here. Do you see a V-shaped recovery? What question, Josh? I haven't seen a question. I've got like 10. So in my chat box, I can see 10 things. So I don't know what you're talking about here. So you can come on in here and say what you want to say again. I apologize that I haven't read what you read. But I want to hear what you have to fucking say about it. I want to fucking hear. Because you got to be joking. What's the real question? Does anybody know what Josh's question is? I'm being serious here. Not trying to be, a dickbag or anything or a fuckface. I want to know what you're saying because all I'm seeing is last 10 comments or so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 comments. So anybody else wants to chit chat this up? What part? What part? What part do you not know that we're going? Last night I made a video late night at 11 o'clock at fucking night, I think, or something, where I told you we're looking to short this thing down again. So this is insano. And furthermore, let's just say you did buy the close yesterday and you waited until 3:59. You bought puts. You can hold those puts into February 18th and buy calls. Yeah, I really want to know what the fuck is going on. Because if you're fucking up your trades here, it's easy to fix them. I mean, shit, if anything, the market's been going down for how many days? Market's been going down since December 28th. I'm not pissed at you either. Don't hide or anything. I like you. Just talk to me. I want to hear what you have to say. I didn't see what your question was. Let me know what you want me to talk to you about. I realize that you get angry or pissed off or whatever. Did you buy 0-date puts at the bell yesterday? I want to know. So if you're looking for a target below, let me know. Seriously, I'm not mad at Josh or anything either. I just want to know what's going on. Any of you out there that are pissed off at this point, anyone that's pissed off, let me know why you're pissed off. Can you provide insights on the 420 pay? Yes, I can. Okay, so let's talk about what Josh is asking then. There's a few things we have to discuss on the 428p, okay? First of all, the 428p is my target on the SPY, okay? You have to still check and look to find out if that position is still valid. So you want to look at the actual options chain and find out if they're still in those 428ps. You also want to know why they're placing those 428ps. So let's take a look. I'll look on my trading platform. So the 428Ps for February 18th look like they're gone. But guess what they are in right now? They switched over to 430P. So there's still 36,000 puts sitting at 430P for February 18th. Take a look at it. You can look it up on yourself. They're still out there. They're currently at $3.09. There's nothing about this market this morning that's bullish. There's no V-shaped recovery this morning. You can look at any options flow out there. There's nothing. There's two stocks holding this market up this morning. It's Tesla and Misfit. That's it. There's a channel. If you look at a channel on the SPY right now, right? We've been trading down in this channel since when? Since January 13th. Since 7 days ago, we've been in this channel. You can also, when you've got the 428Ps that come in after the bell, will still come home to roost. I haven't seen any other call flow that's hedging other than Misfit and Tesla this morning. I haven't seen any Apple call flow that's been hedging. No Netflix. Haven't been seeing anything in SPY. Haven't seen $20-30 million in the SPY this morning or the Qs. None of that. So the point is still valid. There's nothing here that's saying that we're bullish. If you want to say, hey, we're bullish, sure. If we break through 460 and hold it into the close, we're bullish on a daily, but not a weekly. We still have the largest call delta expiration in history. Not history. I think it is history. Expiring on Friday. I know that last month on Thursday, we traded higher, right, on last OPEX. And then we gave it all back heading into Friday. We talked about that all week long. You don't have to revoke Josh's hall pass. Josh is bringing up valid points. He wants to know about, is the 428 still in play? Well, from what I can see, there's still, $10 million sitting on that strike on February 18th. I'm going to follow the guy with the money. I don't know what else to say on that. You can still hold those puts and you can buy calls to offset your trading strategy and how you offset. Yesterday into the close, what did I say to you in the close yesterday? You can go back to the recording that I made yesterday, and what did I say to you as a bear yesterday? Does anybody remember what I said? What did I say to bears yesterday? You should always be buying 10-cent calls as a hedge. That's what I said yesterday. Did you decide not to listen to that part of it? You just say, fuck it, I'm going all balls deep in puts at the bell, and I'm not going to buy any kind of a call hedge? I think I went on a rant for 15 minutes yesterday saying, this is how you hedge as a bear. I say it to bulls all the time. Is there no echo in that? I talked to Joe Donut off microphone yesterday, and I said to him, I want to buy my calls down here. I want to buy my puts slightly higher and straddle the market into Monday. That was off microphone on a phone call yesterday. Sorry, I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet at this point. I'll stop getting fiery. And the last point on this is this. So now we've got someone here that's what? Bullish? Where are you bullish to? Do you think we're going to 480? Do you think we're going to 500, 520? Sorry, I wasn't reading the comments earlier. Is my camera frozen? Oh, God damn it. All right, fuck my camera. Yeah, my camera's been acting up the past couple days. And I just read something about it. I got to figure something. It's the camera itself, I think. The feed is fine. You have to be able to hedge yourself on both the bull and bear side. If you're picking up puts that are expensive, we already know that puts only pay 1-to-1 typically. We also know that you have to hold your puts, right? Like diamond hand them until the end. You know that. You have to hold on to them. You also know that at certain points you shouldn't be buying puts at the bottom because 10 million or 20 million comes in on them. You saw me post them on Twitter. It's not like I'm just saying to you, hey, there's $30 million in puts on IWM out there. You have to take risk on in this market. If you start to put the pieces together, do you want to follow some retail guy that says I bought $5,000 in puts? Or do you want to follow a bank that says I bought 20 million in puts or 30 million in puts or 40 million in puts? Where's the better trade? With some guy telling you, hey, I'm a retail guy and I bought $5,000 in puts? No, you want to follow the banks and where they're putting their money. That's where they put their money yesterday into the close. They're still in those puts at this point. If you're taking damage to your accounts, you have to be able to at least hedge with some calls as a bear, or even hedge today with some calls as a bear. Right? You can make money to offset the price of the put position that you're in. Timing is critical. Nobody wants to buy puts at 460, do they right now? Not puts. Yeah. Does anybody want to buy puts here at 460? No. Because we got people thinking we're going to 470, right? 475, 480. Because it's difficult. Do you know where it's easy to buy puts today? When we're down at 440, right? Or 450 or 455. That feels great. That's what the mind says to you. The mind says to you, this feels better, even though you're supposed to be buying them when it doesn't feel better. If you enter into some put hedges right now, right, we're on this downward slope, there's a fair chance that those are going to print if they're in the money. If we trade higher to 465 or 470 or 475, you can just go all in with zero dates. We talked about that at the open yesterday, right? It doesn't feel comfortable when you're buying puts at a top. It doesn't feel comfortable buying calls at a bottom, even if it's localized for a day or two. Nothing about this market right now says we're long. Nothing. We have FOMC coming up on the 26th in 6 days. Are you telling me that you think we're going to 480 or 470 or even 465 into FOMC? I'll take that bet. I'll take that risk that every trader has to take. I'll take the risk that we're not going to be there. I don't think we'll be at 465. I don't think we'll be at 470 into FOMC. We're talking about rates, talking about increased tapering. What kind of risk are you actually looking to put on? If there was a time to put risk on, I would assume that, especially on a bear trade, I'm going to assume that it's right now. If there's a time right now for, let's say, SPY, right, or QQQs, the entire year, how about going back to April, May 2020? If there was a time to put some risk on as a bear, look back from now into March of 2020. If there was a time to put some risk on as a bear, do you think it's now, or do you think there's a better time between the past 2 years? And I'm going to tell you, no. Right now is the best time to turn bearish. Do you think right now is the time to be going long in Apple for the rest of the year? You think this is the bottom for 2022? I'm going to say no. How many times have I talked about golden tickets? How many times have I talked about golden tickets and I've said to you, wait for a dip to buy golden tickets? Ad nauseum. Talk about it ad nauseum out there. Ad nauseum. How many times about golden tickets do I tell you, get them slightly more in the money and put a little bit more time on them? Ad nauseum, I talk about that. Ad nauseum. Ad nauseum. 2-3 weeks ago, we talked about putting put hedges on, right? Been talking about them for 3 weeks now. You now have sellers consuming buyers on SPY. You've got more sellers entering the market right now on the SPY. You can see since 11 a.m., the hero indicator is going down, although it is showing up. Yeah, I'm not pissed at Joe. Or Josh. I don't want you to get pissed at him either. I can understand frustration. I can understand fear. I've been there myself. You know, I started buying calls yesterday, and they went down a ton. I think they were down 50% at one point into the bell. And they printed green today. So I have to manage my own trade, right? I have to manage what I'm in myself. Do I come on here and tell you that I win every trade? How many times do I tell you guys, hey, I fucked up a trade or I burned a trade down? 20, 30% of the time at least. I know some of you guys have been sticking around since day one. I know some of you hear me all the time say, I burned this trade down. Do I tell any of you out there that I only won this trade or all I do is win trades? Never. Yeah, we can take a look at Qs. Definitely. Sorry, I don't mean to go on a rant or anything. I missed most of what was talked about. And I can understand frustration. I get frustrated. I get scared. I get panicked. Timing your own trades, managing your own risk, managing your own fears. It's hard. It's not easy. If you're in February 18th puts, I mean, shit. It's January 20th. I'm looking for like 400. I'm actually looking for like 400 by March. I want to see deeper than 428. I don't want to buy this market right here at 450. I don't want to fucking buy it. I don't want to buy it at 450. I don't want to buy it at 480. I want to be safe. I'm a bull. Do you think I want to buy this market at 350 or at 455? Hell no. You got banks telling us we're only going to be up 6% this year. You got some banks saying we're going to be red on the year. You got some bank, like maybe one or two saying we'll be up 9% this year. I have absolutely no want to take this market long if we're not going to sell down to like 400. I want us to trade back up to, 450, 500, 505, maybe tag 500 at Christmas next year. We got rates coming in. You got Jamie Dimon saying we're getting 7 rate increases, hoping for that. We've priced in 3 to 4 rate increases. We've got the Fed coming out. If the Fed says we're getting 7 rate increases, do you know what's going to happen? They come out and say some shit like that, this market's going to sell the F down. It's going to sell down to the pits of hell. That's what's going to happen. Did you see the president come out yesterday and try to ease everybody's opinion? No. Got some weakness down below. We've got more buyers stepping in on the Qs. Looks like some support here at 371.83. You know, firm support's down here at 365.39. If you're long puts into February 18th, you can always go long in calls on 0 dates to offset the cost of those puts. You get a piece of paper or notebook. You write down what I bought the puts at. Let's say you bought puts at $5 a piece, right? Let's say they're now worth $3 a piece. You say, I got to make $2 back on the other side of this. I mean, shit, for the entire past 2 weeks, what have we talked about? Putback spreads, right? Posted about it on Twitter. Talked about it here. You're selling 2 puts above that are in the money, and you're buying a put below outside the money. You can still make that trade with what you've got. You've got outside the money puts right now that you bought for February 18th. You want to protect yourself? You just sell 2 in the money call or 2 in the money puts, and that'll actually pay for your trade. So how you structure your trades isn't on me. And even my own trading strategy on how I'm trading this down is a straddle. I talked to you yesterday about that I'm going to straddle this market on the put and call side. So you guys have to figure out how you're trading this market, how you're going to pay for your trades, how you hedge your trades. We talk about hedging around here all the time. So I'm done with this. I'm going to stop talking about it. All right, so we've got some more flow coming in. Peleton, January 21st, 32P. 2 times by 80,000 twice. KWeb, 2 sets of puts, 35.42P for February 18th. We have the bulls stepping back in. They're buying SOXS, 56C for $50,000. QQQ 375C for $122,000. 2 more sets of SOXS calls, January 20th, 56 and 57C. Some puts coming in on NEO, January 21, 30P. If you want the downward sloping range on the SPY, you're looking for 457.77 on the low end of the channel. The high end of the channel is 466.19. In no way, shape, or form have we broken the downward channel of SPY, and we won't break the downward channel of SPY until we break above 466.29 or so. That's roughly what the channel's been for the past month. Since 479.98. Might be slightly higher. Let me take a look at this. No, that's about right where it's at. It could go slightly higher here. Call the top of the channel on the downward channel on SPY 469.45. As long as that is not broken, we are still moving on down. And we still, as of yet, have not broken above into that downward channel. We're actually still below at this point the downward sloping channel for the SPY. We're right at the bottom of it, we can say, I guess. So if you're in puts right now and you're saying, well, you know, I don't think we're going down to 428 now. I think we're going to 480 or 500. I just turned bull. You could say to yourself, I guess you're bullish, right? You're bullish into FOMC, I'm assuming. FOMC is next Wednesday. So you're super bullish now, right? So we'll look at 426. I'm assuming that we can probably look at 426, 460 Cs. 466, right? 426, January 26th. The 466 C for next Wednesday is $1.09. Super cheap. If you're really hella bullish, probably trade up to 470 into FOMC. Those calls are 41 cents. Those are dirt cheap. I just do want to warn you that there's a bunch of puts on the Wednesday of the 26th on January. If you're super duper uber bullish heading north from here, 480 C expiring on Wednesday. Seeing as the outlook has gotten so bullish, 480s are only 4 cents. 475s are only 11 cents. Dirt cheap for the uber bull out there. For the person that thinks we're trading higher. We're coming into that resistance zone that we talked about on the SPY here earlier this morning, 458.72. Looks like they're coming up around 458.60. If we break above this resistance at 460, it's weird too because I'm not seeing the shadow, the ice shadow, unless I squeeze it down here. I want you to see this above because it's not showing up. But there are sellers hiding above here, 458.60, 458.52. We are showing more sellers on the CVD at this moment. This is a key area right here. USO calls coming in, 218.62C. My assumption at this point is that bears are going to lean in here. You will see bears lean in. This would be the first spot for bears to lean in. If the bears cannot lean in and take this down lower, you are going to look. I'll give you some marks above as we trade higher if we break through 460. I'm going to leave Bookmap up somewhere in here so that you can watch and see if we break above by this ice right here, just so you guys can see where it's at. Normally I like to get a little bit closer here, but we really want to see these buyers these sellers disappear to pick this trade back up again if you're bullish. You want to wait for a rip above 459.10. Looks like the sellers came down. They started out above here around 459.90, somewhere in this area. They've since moved down to meet up with the bulls here at 458.56. Sorry, I was taken aside from the mic for a minute. I'm not at lunch right now. I just muted it for a moment. I had to take a business call. So I put Tesla back up again for you guys. Got any more tickers I can put up for you? We got Gynables, JD now in a gap up on daily to 82.50. I'm gonna put the, we say nothing's changed here in Tesla. By the way, this is the no diddle in the middle, right? On Tesla, you should have taken the trade right at the bell. There's a little bit of support down here at 1028. We know that the real buyers are still below at 1,000. All right, so I'll do JD first. We know where the trade is on Tesla, right? Nothing's changed from this morning. And then I'm going to mute real quick, and I'm going to start pumping out tickers for you guys. So I'll do JD first. All right, so let's look at an intraday chart real quick. Before I go any further on I'm going to bring JD up here, but I just saw someone say a question. I got SPY puts at today's high. Thoughts, short-term, debating taking profits as tomorrow, expiry, just a short trade. So we're in what looks like, ooh, JD, you dirty dog. You dirty dog, JD. Look at that, smashing. Gorgeous looking chart, huh, on JD? Price target $85 on JD. Now we're in a wedge right now on the SPY, right? There's a fair chance that the SPY trades down to 456.29, possibly. Not guaranteed, but it is in a bullish kind of a wedge. So if we trade down here to 456.45, could be a nice spike up again at some point. But the SPY is becoming more bullish at this point. Just be conscious of that if you're in SPY or if you're in SPY puts right now. JD just smashing around, more buyers and sellers here. Indicator is positive. If I see any JD puts, I'll let you know. Watching more Hertz calls coming in, 25C, expiring February 18th. Then I'm also watching some calls coming in on some of you guys like DWAC, January 21, 95C on DWAC. Hold on. All right, so taking a quick look at Apple. Price target above, right? Large resistance above between 180 and 185. Sitting on some firm support down here, 165, 160, 150. Hero indicator has more sellers than buyers. The hero indicator is negative on Apple at this point. All right, so Amazon's coming down into some daily intraday support at 3120. We know that the banks are down here at 3100. I did just see some calls come in. XLI, January 20th, $500,000 high algo score. Also saw a decent algo score on JPM, January 20th, 190C. XLI for $500,000, January 20th, 105, and then JPM 120, 190C. More sellers on PayPal, 305 to 287. Hero indicator, though, is very bullish on PayPal right now. If you want a place to take it to, you know that PayPal is being shorted heavily. I like PayPal trade into the first of the year. I just don't know when it'll rip higher, if it will. It is. We looked at that spreadsheet of tickers that could possibly have shorts lifted at some point. Give me just a second, guys. It's tough for me to get through all the comments. I have to, back in December, someone dropped 9 milli. Hold on, SC, I'll do SC next. I apologize for the time. Hutch, were you? I haven't seen. I saw a sad face, and then I scrolled back up to PayPal. I'm going to do SE next. Then as I move down, I show AFRM earlier? I do Ford possibly. So yeah, SoFi is at 19.26%. HSI is flying. All the Chinese names are flying. Hutch, what did you want me to take a look at, brother? Hutch, can you just post whatever you wanted me to post for you? Because I'm getting buried in comments here. Good morning, just some guy. How are you? Sorry, the chat is flying by right here. I have a difficult time because I'm trying to work for my own trades. I'm trying to do the charting and then working on the feed, and then I'm having a side conversation here as well. I like the SE chart. You're blasting through resistance above here. Intraday buyers at 176.89. No hero indicator for this chart, but you do have more buyers than sellers. I do like how I used to trade SE. I used to love trading this ticker. Hutch, are you still there? Yeah, I'll do AFRM right now for you. And then I called out some AFRM Uber calls this morning, right? Uber bullish calls on AFRM. DWAC had Uber bullish calls that we called out earlier this morning. Yeah, you're welcome, GP. What did I do? Did I do something for you? Look at AFRM real quick. Day trader's paradise in AFRM typically on both the long and short side. This is a lot like QCOM. AFRM trades a lot like QCOM. I already showed MSFT, didn't I? I swore I showed MSFT as well. Yeah, Chase, I saw that bullish descending triangle on the SPY as well. There should be a little bit of a capitulation move down. It might not happen. We could break above before we get there. We've got a lower low here down at 1145. We had a low. We have a higher low. This looks like the number 2, right? 1, 2, a break above and sit back down on top of the triangle. Or we capitulate down and bounce off of 456.34 or so. It's somewhere in there. We capitulate down and bounce off the daily 1 minute 200. That's at 456.46, and then rocket ship higher. So if you are in 0 to 8 puts, you're going to be hoping for us to trade down to this 456.49, take your profit, and run. Unless you think we're going to break through this triangle. This triangle does look pretty bullish, though. But you're probably waiting for a capitulation move down to 456.46. On the bulls side of that trade, it is possible that we hold right here and just blast through that triangle. Just be conscious of it on the intraday chart. I can see right now for sure that your day traders are going to be looking for this move, okay? Day traders are going to be looking for this move down. You're going to want to buy the dip at, maybe a little bit more accurate here, somewhere down here at 456.43, and then take it long. So look for a capitulation move in the SPY real quick. Wait a minute. Where's Hutch? Did Hutch just trade? We want to 1 p.m. sell-off. Hutch, are you alive? Chase is saying he misses the days where we break below 450 again. I miss those days. Shit's been going on for the past 20 days. All right, so AFRM, you guys can see it, right? Sell the rip at 70, pick it back up at 60. Premium burn, baby. What else did you guys want me to do? What other tickers? I saw some MSFT. I'll put that one up for you. We're going to look briefly after MSFT for a bounce here on the SPY. So let's see if we can get some 456.05 is down here. And I don't see buyers down here. It looks like buyers are higher. Might not get that dip. Keep your eyes on the buyers and sellers here. Hero indicator looks like the bulls are stepping it back up for another try higher. Have a dip going on in an MSFT. I'm assuming if you should be able to just watch the SPY to pick your trades. You know that the banks are down here at 305 on MSFT, right? This is kind of no man's land. Your price target is 315. You know, you have turbulence at 312, a little bit at 311.46, turbulence at 313.94, and 312.97. I think earlier when we were getting up on the SPY, I told you to wait for a break above, right? You want to be looking for that break above 459. That if you're bullish into that number, that you take profit, you allow the banks to do the work for you to get it above that resistance zone. Until that happens, and right now, in all honesty, on a larger scale, we are finding resistance, right? We're finding resistance at 458, 459. You know that the banks are down below here at 305, at least on the intraday. What am I missing? San is saying that the VIX is curling up on the 10-minute watch out. Yeah, there's a chance that we trade down here for sure. Yeah, Benjamin's saying he smells burning premiums. Yeah, JPM 190C. JPM call is kind of weird. I'm seeing like XLI calls, weird calls out there. Like I'm seeing JPM 190C for January 20th. Sometimes, when we have a good report, I do want to mention this. I'm seeing more Hertz calls again. Hertz 218, 22.5C. I'm seeing some calls on X. I'm seeing some calls on big ones. February 18th, 60C on EXC, $277,000. That's a big block for a $60 price tag call. Now I'm seeing... Yeah, I'll call you back later, brother. Sorry. So, one thing about the bank, we'll look at JPM. One thing about the banks, right? We were talking about this the other day again, right? Another thing we're talking about is we're talking about Citigroup or GS, right? GS supposedly didn't hit their price target because some analyst that tells you they should have made an extra billion or so. And so they sell it down, right? They sell GS down. They sold Citigroup down, and they tell you boo, 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 bad, bad, bad. And it's not surprising to see, you have to take the put spreads, those print out, and then shocker, they raise up the price of banks down the road, right? A week, two later, and they burn out the first expiry, and then the second expiry, they actually raise it back up again. So it's kind of like beating you at your own game. You see people on social media saying, why is GS down or why is Citigroup down? So if you're going to follow that JPM trade, where would you follow it at? 148.12? Do I think it'll print 190? Fuck no. They're probably just looking for a print that's going to print you know, 100% of whatever that trade is. Maybe it needs to just go to 151, 152. We can look a little bit deeper into it and see it. Why they took that trade. This looks like firm support, doesn't it, on JPM? The only danger in this, right, is if the market crashes. Not crashes, but if we continue on this correction, there's nothing stopping JPM from coming down. That's a pretty dangerous trade, without a doubt. I'm assuming that they're seeing blue skies above. That would be the implication. This is a dangerous trade, without a doubt. Watching some light Qs, puts coming in. January 21st, 368p, only $75,000. You've got some people taking the other side of that trade here on this wedge. They want to see the wedge fail, even if it's only briefly. Now seeing more puts come in on the SPY. It was January 21st, 456p for $102,000. There's some anticipation. Sometimes these wedges, they'll break down. There's some capitulation. You swing below the wedge, and then you take it and end up taking it higher for another stab at 460. Wouldn't shock me to see another stab at it later this afternoon. And if we do break that wedge, you are going to see bull or bears step in force. This is the first area for the market to get bearish once more. You know, bears have been making money for a month now. They've got a lot of ammunition, and they're just waiting for that moment where they feel as though bulls will capitulate, where bulls will get scared, where they don't have any more ammo, where they get afraid as we, you know, the runway is running out too. We know that Spot Gamma said that we have the largest call delta in some time rolling off on Friday. So if that call delta, that positive call delta does not get replaced on Friday, Monday, or Tuesday or so, if you don't see big call hedge walls coming in, we go down. That's what happens. If you don't see those 480s be replaced, if you don't see any of that stuff, supposedly Carl Icahn has replaced all that stuff at this point. Carl Icahn is going to hold the market up for us. He does that from time to time on the downside too. He provides liquidity for the market when people really want to be buying puts, and he provides liquidity when people really want to be buying calls. I want to warn you that the last time that Carl Icahn provided liquidity for the markets was, let me look back and see. Now, it finally came back into my mind. I was like, what was the last trade that Carl Icahn was on? Well, when we were down here on December 20th, we didn't have liquidity for put buyers down at 451.84, which is pretty much where we are right now. And when we were down here at 451.84, he provided put liquidity for bears, and we wound up going way higher, 480. We tagged out at 479.98. He provided liquidity down here, and if he provided liquidity for 480 yesterday, someone was saying that earlier, he's now doing the opposite side of that trade. At the same spot that we were at last time. So watching some opposing flow on the SPY. I just showed you or told you about this SPY, January 21, 456 Ps for $102,000. Someone also took the opposite side of that trade. They took SPY, January 21, 458 C for $92,000. Yeah, that JPM trade is definitely degenerate. Definitely degenerate trade. You know, it's weird. I want you guys to understand or realize that. What does that mean, David? So guys like Carl Icahn don't ever want to lose a trade. So basically what he's doing, I don't know if it was a spread or what he did, what exactly he bought or sold or whatever. But so what happened the last time was when we were down here on December 20th, right? Everybody knew the world was burning then. We were down here at 451, and we didn't have, and there were no puts available to buy. So he sold puts into the market. He placed them for sale, and a bunch of bears bought a bunch of puts down there, hedge funds, stuff like that. And we didn't trade down from there, right? So he got to keep all of his money. We traded higher. He more than likely took the long side of that trade as well to hedge. We traded higher to 480. So those four or below 450 puts never printed. He kept his money. He got the fees for loaning out his shares for that. And then he made money on the long end. And now we're down here at this same spot, and people want to buy 480 calls. So he's putting his stock up and saying, I'm going to sell you those 480s and those 470 calls. In my opinion, that's what he's doing. And we know we're not going there. Now, I could be wrong on that. There's, other theories, I'm sure, out there. I don't know who put that information out today. Was that Sem that did that, or Chem, or whatever his name is? Kem? I always pronounce his name wrong. Maybe he put that information out there. Do you guys know who put that stuff up on there? Yeah, because he did this the last time on the opposite side of the trade. And that was Sem that put that up the last time. He wouldn't say the name of the person that was doing it, but we all know it was Carl. I don't know how that popped back into my brain just now, but I just remembered that from the last time. Should I bring up, what was that other, you guys want to look at Hertz real quick? Did I miss any of your call-outs earlier? Did I miss any call-outs from earlier? Sometimes that chat just keeps flying by, and I miss some of your trades. Yeah, Gemma. Gemma. I always mispronounce it all the time. Yeah, he does. Eichen was selling them the last time we were down here. He was selling them when we were down here on December 20th, or at least it was implied that he did. Yeah, it's always on SPX, not an ES. I should be clear in my statement as well. It's not an ES. It's usually in SPX. And it's usually hedge funds that are forced into buying these. Oh, yeah, Ford, I missed them. I'll do them right now for you. Some buyers stepping in quickly on the SPY. I'll do Ford as well. F in the chat on Ford. Press F in the chat. So the bulls just got their pop-up above the descending bullish channel. Hertz flow has been coming in all morning as well. I'm not doing Nikola for anybody out there. $20, $21. Price target, $24 on Hertz. You do have more buyers than sellers on Hertz at the moment still. We'll look at Ford next. Come on, just turn off Hertz for me, baby. Okay, we'll look at Ford next. More call flow coming in on Twitter, January 21. That flow has been coming in all morning as well. 38C, January 21st, 38C for $45,000. Sellers just hiding above on Ford. All kinds of sellers hiding above at 24.78, 25.75. Boy, man, you know how Ford is, right? Like I think it was their last CR or something. Was it last CR where we traded it up really high and then it just caved? Like it just dumped like 7% right before ER. Do you guys remember that? That happened last ER? Be wary of this happening again on Ford. Let me scroll back up and see what you guys are saying. F for my position. Yeah, baby. It was Gem, yeah. F's in the chat, baby. 18 billion notional exposure. Slonek, 97 short was not Carl in the call spreads. It could have been, what's his name? Who's the other guy who called the last... I always forget his name, too. Who's the guy that called the last crash for COVID on CNBC? I guess he trades against Icon a lot. Yeah, I put Ford up for you. Put the tweet. The Discord guy now says it's not Icon. Okay. I think it might be the other guy does it too. The other guy doesn't. I forget his name all the time. You got the Bears getting worryful. Chase is scared right now. I've seen this rally before. They were just rampant to 470. You guys are looking. If you guys are looking for a ramp, this doesn't look like a ramp to me at this point. I just want to be clear on what a ramp looks like. Yeah, Bill Ackman, exactly. It was Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman trades the opposite side of Carl Icahn. He's always chatting about how he wants to take all of Icahnn's money. I don't blame him either. Yeah, Shill Hackman. FOMC Vanna Rally. That's a tough one. I think that put flow is probably still on for Ford. I could be wrong on that, but it takes take a moment and go back and look at Ford's previous ERs, and they get really wonky as they head closer to the ER. I think maybe that's what that trade is. Yeah, Soros, Drunken Miller. Yeah, exactly, MG. I haven't checked Spot Gamma this morning. Did they say that there should be a Vanna rally on FOMC? Or is that just an implication from previous FOMCs? I typically take the opposite trade for FOMC. I'll be honest, if everybody's in on the calls, I take the put side. If everybody's in on the puts, I'll take the put side. Watching more puts come in on SPY, January 21, 455p. RK puts coming in again, January 28th, 76p for $142,000. Trying to see if we're going to wear out these sellers here at 460 or not. They're still here. They're still at 458.57. That's Bill Ackman. So let's talk about the market being up right now, okay? Yeah, thanks, Chaz, for signing up, brother. Okay, let's talk about recovery rallies. It's important that you understand about recovery rallies. So let me see if I can do this let me see if I can bring something up and show you what a recovery rally versus, I want you guys to scale back real quick on, let me see here. How do I do this? The easy way to do this. Let's talk briefly, if you guys are on here. I tried to talk about this last night, and we're going to just briefly look at what a recovery rally looks like. So that you guys have a firm grasp of what one looks like, what versus, generally speaking, what one looks like and what to look for. Because I'm a big-time dip buyer, and I actually sold my calls today at a lower zone, okay? So, as a matter of fact, I sold my calls today at, let me tell you exactly where I sold them. I sold them when we were back at 9.59. I sold my calls at 456.83. I didn't even hold until 460. And I want to tell you why I sold my calls. And I sold them because of this reason right here. When you're trading down, right? So you're trading down like this here. You can see this area right here, right? It's kind of a weakness in the recovery rally, okay? You're going to see, if you see a V-shaped recovery like this, you'll literally see a move that's like 70 points or more by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's how fast that move happens. And typically, we'll then trade slightly down into the close. You'll see a gap above, another move like this, okay? That's the V-shaped recovery that you're looking for. Normally, it happens with a large hammer candle, and normally with some serious capitulation, like we had in the close yesterday. We had some serious capitulation. But you're looking for today, by like 1 p.m., we should be up 70 handles, if not more. We should be ripping higher. We should have broken through at some point, like that 460. We should have bashed right through it right here, moved a little bit higher into like the 2 o'clock hour, 1, 2, 3 p.m. hour, slowly sell down into the close, and probably gap up into tomorrow. That's really what you're looking for on that. The next kind of a thing that happens is we trade down. We have that big capitulation move, let's say, right? And then you want to see a big move up, okay? Failure. We'll trade down and test again, okay? You'll always see that retest again. Almost, not always, but like, 90% of the time. You're going to see that retest down below. So you would still, so even today's trade, let's say we trade up into the close today, you're still going to see us come down probably tomorrow if we trade up into the close today. And we'll more than likely retest that low on tomorrow or Monday or even next week, right? We'll retest this. We could trade sideways and then retest it, but you'll see that retest again, okay? And you'll see us come up one more time and retest even a third time. This is called a crown, right? And then you'll see a move higher. Now, if you don't see these moves, right? So if you're a bear, like Chase is all worried and all that. If you're a bear and we're coming down 1, 2, 3, make that move down, and you start to see this kind of stuff here, you might trade higher for a moment, but we're going back down. You might see us trade down like this, 1, 2, 3. No, we won't go that high. But you'll see something like, be more exaggerated with this move. See something like this, right? You might see us dip down briefly, dip up briefly, but you'll see this consolidation. You won't see the moves that you're expecting in a recovery. And this might take another day, 2, 3 days, and then eventually you go down. Now, that's not 100% of the time, but these are the looks that you're looking for in the market. You could have one moment in this area, we trade higher, but as long as you see that we're not getting any kind of a push in the market, we're going to be trading down. Oftentimes, you guys will see me say something to you like, hey, expect sideways down. That's a common term that I use with you guys out there. And that's because over the course of a day or 2 or 3, I go, well, we're not making the move up. So, and you'll know that we're not making the move up. You know that we're trading down at some point. And you're kind of seeing that right now in the market, right? We bounced off the close right now. We're trading sideways at this point. There's no flow coming in. You start to add them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? How much does that all add up to? And it's not adding up to a bull push at this point. You've got a steady supply of sellers right here at 458, 0.58. Chase is bringing up that the hero indicator is higher, but if you remember, the hero indicator was at 6250 earlier, and now it's down to 5800, and it's going down and down and down right now. So as we trade sideways right now, are you still very bullish? And my answer is no. Not at the moment, I'm not. Even if we squeeze higher, even if we attack this 459, currently I'm not bullish. Okay, let me go back up and see what you guys are saying. Late to the party, just found the link. Chase, put rolling. Where a ton of old puts are rolled today. Spot Gamma calling for downside into FOMC, then rally into February. Yeah, I'll have to check the Spot Gamma report this morning. I haven't looked at them recently. Paying close attention to the VIX, though. It's been pretty tame, and this move down implies selling and not much hedging. Yeah, it's a fair point, Slonek. I agree with that. Ford chart is whack. It was $6 a year ago, coming off 52-week high of 25. A couple days ago, I'll play this down. Yeah, Randall, they used to give away Ford stock to Robinhood people for like $3. Bob Ross of painting charts. You mean the finger painting Bob Ross? You mean the hungover Bob Ross finger painter? Yeah, recovery rally looks like Tesla to 1145 by close. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. The bid in the market this morning was put into Tesla and Microsoft. That's what's holding the market up right now. Nothing else that I can see. Is there a price that you feel would invalidate your bearish thesis? No. Invalidate? No. I don't see for a moment us trading any higher than 470, 480 on possibly a Vanna rally. I'll entertain that idea, but no, absolutely not. I'm a long-time trader, long-time investor, and there's no way that I'm buying this market at 480. There's no way I'm buying this market at 500. There's no way I'm buying it at 520. No, there's nothing. Do I think we trade up there? I do. But you have to look at previous years. When we have rates, right, we usually have a good year, but there's always moments going back. So I looked back to 1987, 1986, I think I looked back to. And in all those years that we had rates, we had a positive year. We were green that year. But when you look at the entire year together, there was every single time we had rates raised that year, we had a low of the year. And it came usually most of the time it comes between now and March. There was one year I think it took until April for us to get there, and another year it took us to get to June to get there. But to buy this market, you can't in safety buy this market until we trade down lower. Even if we trade up to 520 at the end of the year or 550 at the end of the year. And just look at it logically. Let's say we trade up. Let's say we go to 480 this week. Let's just say, right? We're like, hey, we're going to 480 this week. We already know we predetermined it by time traveling. Just look at it from a logical point of view. Like, think about this from a logical point of view. We are raising rates, okay? If you're positing that we're going to go to 520 or 480, let's say, then your next posit is that we're going to trade up into the end of the year to what? Is it to 520? Is it just another 400 points or 40 points, depending on how you count? So if that's the case, are you saying we're going to trade sideways from now into December? Are you saying that we're going to trade down at some point this summer? That you just want your money right now, right? Or maybe you're just long in this market and you just want to get your money so you don't really care about the rest of the year. So if you look at the rest of the year as a whole, or are you positing that we're going to go to 560 or 600 by end of year? So I want to know what your end of year thesis is, right? So when you say, does it ruin my thesis at 428? No. I think that the chances of us going to 428 are greater before we go up to 520 or 550 or 560. I think the chances of us closing this year at 520 are high if we trade down to 428. 440, easily. I think it's an easy target. I think it's easy for bulls to get long. if we get down to 440s, 420s, somewhere in there. And I don't mind us even going straight to the moon this year. I'm just saying that if you look at what's taking place you've got rates being raised. If the Fed comes out and says anything about seven raises this year, you know the market's going to sell off. So from just a safety point of view, of the large view of the year on the SPY, even if we go up to 520, you're saying though that we're going to go up to 480 now, then we're going to trade to what, 500, 520 by springtime? And what are we doing through the summer? And what are we doing to Christmas time or holiday time? We're going to go to 580, 600? I don't know. I've been trading a long time, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I see us going up. I see us being bullish this year. But when I'm looking at where should I be bearish, what time of the year should I be bearish, it's right now into the tail end of ER season and probably after, right into March. I'm hoping that this happens now between now and March. I don't have to wait until April. In most years that we have rates raised, we do go up and we are positive. But most of those years, we have at least 1 to 2 capitulation moments of those years. You can show me a year that we didn't. I want to know the year that we raised rates and we didn't have a capitulation moment. Break out the chart. Show me the year. And so when I hear someone, argue against that posit, I wonder if they're just long this market. I wonder if they bought the top of Apple. I wonder if they bought the top of Tesla. I wonder if they're sitting on something they're not telling me. I think in the background, someone's saying, fuck, I'm upside down in some stock, or I'm upside down in my speculative growth trade, and I just want it to come back. And I understand that. But at the same time, we got Peleton puts rolling in again. We've seen those rolling in all morning long. January 21st, 30p. Seeing more of those come in right now. $58,000 on January 21, 30p. Seeing some EA calls come in. 3 sets. February 18th, 145C. 4 sets of EA. Sorry, I apologize. For some decent money, $500,000 spread out across 4 different trades. So that's my question. I've asked that question many times. Like when I look at the year, over the course of the year, I'm wondering, trying to plan out my year, look to see where it's at. Where's the money at? Where do we expect to go by the end of the year? What's the implied move this year? You got bears out there that think we're going to have a market crash. I'm not in the market crash camp. Though I am trading some tail risk trades against the market for that possibility. I am in that volatility trade for some tail risk in the market this year. Where we can trade extremely much. So my target at 428 is not bearish. Bearish in this market, people are looking for 400. 365, 150 people are calling for. I think that's insane. But people are calling for that to happen. We have more Peleton puts coming in right now. 27p, 29p, 30p, 35p, 30p. It's all 121, 30p, 2, 4. So February 4th, 35p. January 21st, 27p. Lots of money coming in on Peleton right now. We'll take a look at Peleton. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat again. I'll look at it just in a moment here. But there is a question about, where do you realistically see us? Most years we have a bottom. In 2020, we had a bottom. So we're seasonally in that moment of having a bottom. It's not unrealistic to say, hey, I'm going to hedge the market for a downturn in springtime. It's not like we're buying calls into June and July. I announce every day, I announce what tickers have call flow going into them for June. I see some call flow coming in on specific tickers. But generally, the market, we've had a stealth correction underneath the market. And we have indexes that more than likely need to match up somewhat. So I think the fair price is 428, right around there. I think 440 is on the table for this week. I think it's on the table. It's a possibility. I think if you have any bad news from the Fed, for us to trade down to 440, 442, somewhere in there, 446, I think that's definitely on the table. So what do I do? Do I take the market long right here and not protect against 440? I don't know. Or maybe you think that we're going to trade up to 480 and then we'll trade down to 460. Then we'll muscle on up to 500 by springtime or summertime. Blast through 560 by end of year. It's possible. But I don't know that that's for me, that's too risky. I think that we trade down into so Peleton's at a localized top up here, kind of falling off. You still have more buyers right now on Peleton. It's an interesting trade. Looks like support's stepping in at $20, $21, $24. And currently we're at $28, so maybe that's the implication. If you can break through Peleton, let me take a look at Peleton real quick. Oh, Jesus. Is this on the news that Peleton sold all their calls? Did you guys read that article about Peleton that the execs sold out at the top? Maybe investors are pissed off at them. Well, they got halted. Holy shit. Straight halted. So Peleton's on a halt. XBI has fallen slightly. RK is falling at this point, starting to fall off the side. We've talked about XBI this morning. RK this morning. We've talked about Peleton puts this morning. Is there some news out there? Peleton suspends production of connected fitness products. Ruh-roh. We just had a video we made on Sunday. You can go back into it. And we talked about, what did we talk about, right? We picked out, 20 stocks? And the one stock on that list I said do not long was Peleton. We all know that, though, right? Watch out. We've got puts coming in on a firm, AFRM, January 21st, 63p. You guys remember when we talked about which ones were going to long and which ones were not? Peleton was top of that. Do not long Peleton. Peleton's going to get fucked up when it stops halting. I wonder if they might keep this halt on more than 5 minutes. They might keep this halt on Peleton for, I would assume that's going to be more than 5 minutes. Sometimes on breaking news, they'll halt and keep the halt on. Oh, Neil's chiming in. Who's buying Peleton for their software at the bottom, though? They got to buy that badge, bro, like the Nikola badge. We'll make it a Nikola. We'll make it a Nikola fucking a Nikola bicycle, electric bike. Nikola electric bicycle. Oh, shit. AFRM, Winky's chiming in. AFRM's getting a lot of their sales from Peleton. Let's bring up AFRM next. By AMC and AFRM puts coming in currently. They'll probably end up halting AFRM. So you're going to want, that might be a nice trade before anybody else gets in on it. Let's take a look at AFRM. Sometimes you'll see a reverse trade on that shit too. You'll see a firm rejection. So there might be two sides to that AFRM trade. More RK. Is Peleton part of RK? Because we've got more RK puts coming in at the moment. Another $80,000 on RK. EEM, check to see if Peleton's a part of RK, because those puts have been coming in all day long. We got massive put flow, laser put flow, NEM put flow, Peleton through the roof put flow, AFRM put flow, RK put flow, SPY put flow, SPY January 21, 456p, EEM put flow, RK put flow. Let's see what AFRM's doing down here. If things are going to get messy. I've got it on my board up here. Oh, yeah. AFRM just took a shit. A giant shit. RK with more put flow coming in. January 28th, 75.5p. They're going to end up halting AFRM too, probably, at some point. Now, AFRM will open back up. They shouldn't halt. AFRM just fell off the side of a cliff. 61.79. Big buyers down below at $60. If they do fall too much, you will see a halt. AFRM's halt should be lifted at some point. My assumption is they're going to hold Petons. They're not going to unhalt Peleton. They might lift it, but because it's their news, maybe they don't. RK looks like it's the next target. Find out if AFRM. So Ozzy's updating us saying RK sold all their Peleton holdings as of November 16th. There might still be. What do you want to check on? RS, what do you want to check on? AFRM? That's what I'm on right now. I'm on AFRM right now, brother. Now, there still might be a put play in RK because people won't know that the holdings of Peleton have been taken out of. So ARKW. Someone's saying that ARKW has 258K in Peleton shares. And ARKW is holding on by a thread. That might be an inside trade. Good job on Mao SW. Good job on that shout out on RKW having 258,000 Peleton shares. Oh no, they sold on the 27th. Okay, correction on that one. We have more AFRM puts coming in. January 21, 60p. We've got another rack of AFRM coming through the door. February 4th, 55p. So AFRM's probably going to feel this at some point. Be conscious that there are a boatload of buyers at 60. Let's look below and see where the real bottom is on AFRM at this point. Man, it's blue skies below. Woof. Looks like you're going to get a bounce here at 61.60, but I will let you know that if you break through $60 here, you've got some blue skies below to $50. 55 looks like some ice, and then $50. Not looking good right here for AFRM. That's right. Winky, tell him, brother. Tell him, Winky. Tell him. We talked about this on Sunday, right? We said that the first company that you say F no to in the squeeze trade into OPEX, we had a list that Spot Gamma put out, and not AFRM directly, but Peleton specifically was hell no. No bueno. We've got SPY falling off now. It's at 456.60. This is going to give pause to the market in one way or another. You have to, even if SPY trades up from here, I do want you to realize if you're long in SPY that not only does it have an impact, the Peleton move, but this is a shocking moment for bulls out there. You know, we're having this conversation. Are we trading higher in the SPY? Is the market going higher? We know that rates are going up. We know for a fact that speculative growth companies, right? Free money. You want these speculative growth companies to make a move, right? That's the point behind free money for companies. If more AFRM puts coming in, January 21st, 60p. The AFRM put flow is cascading at this point. But I do want you to realize that this is kind of like a slap in the face, right? The slap in the face is the reality of the situation is that we have speculative growth companies. They're not shit companies per se, but when the government intentionally, the Fed intentionally gives free or cheap money for growth in our economy. So you give it to a guy named Joe, you give it to a guy named Bill, you give it to a guy named John, right? All three of these guys, and a lady named Mary, and a lady named Sue. We have more RK puts coming in, 128.75.5p. Even though Peleton's not a holding anymore, you know that it's kind of like when you short the wrong ticker or you long the wrong ticker where there's just a letter or two off, you'll see a trade in that. So you're seeing some RK, and you're probably seeing some RK puts as well, because the slap in the face to Peleton starts to bring into question Kathy's holdings. Now, I do want to talk to you about this because it's not like Peleton's a bad company per se. It's that the Fed intentionally gives money to people to create a product, to make money, to pay back, to fatten the pockets of rich people. And when you start to take away that free money, you have to look at the Johns, the Marys, the Sues, and the Bills, and the Bobs out there and say, okay, which one of you are producing something and making money and doesn't need free money anymore? And then it also looks at companies that like a Peleton and says, are you guys going to make any more money? And Peleton's like, no, we need that free money still. We're still not at that point. Looks like Peleton has been unhalted at this point. Peleton is live trading again. More Peleton puts coming in. January 21, 20p. This will become relentless on Peleton at this point. Slamming down to 24.02. More put flow on Peleton. We'll bring up the Peleton chart next. We're going to leave a firm for a moment. Can't say this won't hurt the market, especially if it's just the initial shock of this. Well, I don't know that it's really truly a shock. SPY put flow coming in right now. January 21, 452p. Hopefully Josh is still in his puts here. SPY is bashing and crashing down, baby. SPY just tapped 456.06. We're going to go to Peleton real quick and see how ugly this is going to get. This might be a cool chart to take a screenshot of and post it at some point. Look at that. Look at that Peleton chart. Wrecking ball on Peleton at this point. You got buy the dippers at 20. I'm going to assume those are algos. We now have major put flow coming in on SPY. January 21, 452p again. January 21, 456p again. We'll leave Peleton up. These dip buyers on Peleton, I'm going to assume these are algos kicking in. You want to see a break below 20 bucks. I mean, shit, in reality, if you see any kind of snapback play on Peleton, you just grab yourself some nice dated put spreads. Watching more massive put flow on AFRM. January 21, 59p. Apple put flow. Not a lot of money, but some. January 21, 165p. AFRM, 60p. Lots of put flow on AFRM. A whole lot of put flow on AFRM. More than likely, some banks panicking right now on Peleton. They're like, whoa, time out here. We got to bring the price of Peleton back up so I can unfuck myself. Then you guys can trade it down and I can get better positioning on puts. Ah, that's right, David. Patience. Patience, right, David? Somebody throw a boot in the face of that Russian bot. Not saying this Peleton story is fake, but yeah, you'll hear that. You'll hear the big boys don't want to lose their big boys don't like losing their money. More AFRM puts coming in again. January 21, 60p. We'll bring the AFRM chart back up. It wouldn't surprise me to see Peleton try to recover, not because it's worth anything, but because banks don't like being caught with their pants down. It's kind of one of those things where you just buy puts and hold them, diamond hand them. Peleton just lost a third of its value. Hero just flatlined. Yeah, hero indicator. Let's take a look at the hero indicator on Peleton. That flatline could have been the halt too. Look at that. Bam, down, flatlining now. That is true. Probably got a bunch of banks over here going, we got to raise the price of Peleton to unfuck ourselves. Then you guys can go to war with it. Hindenburg Research is probably pissed off right now because they weren't in 0-date puts. Those guys don't get inputs unless they drop some shitty knowledge. Let's look at AFRM. We've got PANW puts coming in January 28th, 517.5. Donkey Kong puts coming in DKNG 318.20p for $467,000. The PANW puts have a high algo score. Those are January 28th, 517.5 for $204,000. We'll look at AFRM. You know, AFRM, we knew that $60 was support on AFRM, right? We talked about that earlier. I think we even talked about selling AFRM and getting back in at $60 earlier this broadcast. This is long-standing support for AFRM. Somebody has to call Nancy Pelosi and see if this is where she's in or not. Neo puts coming in. Baidu puts coming in. Peleton rhymes with Enron. Good job. That's very true, Captain Ron. Tesla's at a pretty good pin, burnt up. Probably going to hold overnight to see if we gap up. The whole move was a bull trap. Omar. Richard's in here. All the old guys, Zero Boomers here. All the old timers are in here now. Omar's here. David Richards here. All the old school bears are in here now. That's a good point, Winky. Wire call is so expensive on Peleton still. That's a very fair point. Yep, Tom's coming in to say Peleton's on an unhalt. AFRM gets a lot of money from Amazon. Yep, $60 is a pretty firm base for AFRM. If it breaks below $60, it's almost blue skies. You got some buy the dippers down here at 60 and 55, but below that, we don't have a whole hell of a lot holding AFRM up. So this is a pretty good place for AFRM to bounce. We have more puts coming in on Peleton. Fubu has puts coming in on it. More Peleton puts coming in. We've got a golden ticket kind of a deal here on IBB. India, Bravo. 120, January 20th. It's 165C. $1.1 million. We have more SPY puts coming in. 121 454p for $150,000. Got that breather. It's like I'm watching the Peleton chart right now, and it's like you got a guy over the apple bucket with water in it, right? You drown him for 15 minutes, pull his head out, you let him take a few breaths, and you drown him again for 15 minutes. Pull his head out, drown him again for 15 minutes. Fubu with more puts coming out. That's two sets of Fubu puts. First set was April 14th, 12p for $200,000. We have another set of Fubu puts coming out April 14th, 12p for $124,000. A little bit of a bounce here on AFRM as well. More Fubu puts coming out April 14th, 12p for $86,000. Just stacking puts on Fubu at this point. More AFRM puts coming out January 28th, 63p for $105,000. Yeah, everything's funny on the SPY, right? Where'd all them bulls go that were here earlier? Show me some of those. Where are all them bulls at? Get back in the chat. Where are all you bulls at? Get them. I want to see the fucking bulls back in the chat. Start telling me about where SPY's going again. Where's SPY going? You know what's funny too? I got some Gonzalo. Thank you for the tip. Mary Lee Berry, thank you for the tip. Equanimity, thanks for the subscription. For subscribing. I want to know, where are them bulls at? Show me those SPY bulls. Yeah, we're not at 450 though. Look at Chase. I really need to learn to sell, take profit, and re-enter in these puts. Hey, Dylan. Okay, Chase is now bearish again. MG's napping. This is all funny. I only tune in when SPY dumps. You know, it is kind of funny because, you know, it is kind of funny. More FUBU puts coming in. April 14th, 12p rolling in. FUBU just has puts rolling in out of the ass at this point. I'm not really messing with the bulls. I'll be honest with you. When we're bullish, I get tipped better. Honestly. So even if we're going down, now I understand why Meek Kevin is always bullish, because he makes more money that way, even if we're trading down. And to be quite frank with you, my whole intent behind this channel is to get a bull to be able to trade both sides of the market. Trade the market bullish, trade the market bearish. Be a bull always, right? You're a bull 70% of the time, but be able to switch to bear when you need to. QQQs, January 21, 370p for $200,000. And I'm a bull, just so you know. If anybody wants to know, I am a bull. 100%. I'm a bull. But there's a time to be bearish, and there's a time to be bullish. We have a little bit of this capitulation trade up here on the SPY, where we trade back up, and you're going to look for a rejection coming up here soon on the SPY at roughly 456.23, possibly move up to 456.60. Your price target, if you're bearish on SPY right now, is 453.06. 453.06. Right here. I want to show you where your price target is. 454.19 maybe. Maybe looking for a trade down to that 453, so somewhere in there. Should find a rejection by 456.55. Trade down somewhere down here to this 453 area. Yeah, if somebody ping Master Trader, I love that guy. Yeah, 454 sounds right. No hopes in the Powwow pump today. It's leaning towards a sell-off. I think the long side on AFRM here is better. Yeah, AFRM will probably recover. I agree with that. Always need your bear suit. Can we close the gap from yesterday's SPY close? No. Maybe, but I doubt it. If you have the gap close on SPY, the one problem with SPY is even if we close that gap, we're probably trading back down to 450, 452 at least once, if not twice more in the next week. That's the bull. You want to see the bull side of this coin? Even on the bull side of this coin, you're still going to see us retest the low from yesterday at 451. So even if you're a bull, expect to see 450 again. You will expect to see it again. Peleton's been halted once again. AFRM's trying to hold on to itself here. It's not surprising to see AFRM bounce off. 59.21 is a steal on AFRM. It could still trade down slowly and grind lower until some news comes out. You want to hear something from AFRM about their relationship with Peleton. So even though there's a bounce above on AFRM, I wouldn't be taking a super heavy long here. You'd more than likely see sideways trading on AFRM until there's a statement made from them. I wouldn't expect like ultra uber bullish to $70. We have some light calls on Twitter still. This might just be a please save my ass trade. It's Twitter 121.39C for 13 grand. Not a ton of money. More QQQ puts coming in. We've got 121.70 or 121 368p. More SPY puts. January 21 452p. You would expect AFRM to kind of trade sideways at this point. They might bounce around at $59, $60, slowly grind through until people know what's going on. And you're going to wait for some news, right? You want to hear some news from AFRM before it gets uber super bullish. If you wanted to look for a place to buy AFRM, it is down here at that $60 right now. That is the confirmed support for AFRM currently. Although I might wait, unless you're doing spreads possibly. And just like Winky was saying earlier, you've got interest still in calls on Peleton, so you might want to wait for the interest to wear off before you buy spreads. I know they say that doesn't matter, but it does. You want some of that interest in IV to burn off the call side of Peleton and AFRM more than likely. SPY, more puts coming in. Another set of January 21 452 Ps. Let's see if we see a bottom on SPY here. Looks like we've got some support at 454.08. Heavier support at 452, 450.92, and 450.07. This is a general area of support for SPY. You've got light support above right where we are at 454.97 and 453.93. Take note, if we break below this 454 area, we will see 54, 52, and 450 if we break below this support right here. Be conscious of that as we're trading here. We do have more sellers than buyers on the SPY right now. A contentious level right where we're at. Jesus, Casey went short AFRM at 62. What will tomorrow bring? The key is what you really want to be seeing is better to sell calls on AFRM. Sell like 70 Cs right now. Sell 70 C. I don't know. I guess I get your point. Hot. I get your point. I guess there's two sides. I agree with that point to an extent. I do like the bottom of $60 on. I think I like your point better, hot than mine. I like the idea that we have more Peleton puts coming in at this point. It's real. Peleton is back open again for business. What I don't like about the AFRM trade is it'll just sit around $60 for a week or two until someone says something. Yeah, so what you're looking for, what Euroboomer is talking about is you really want to see the calls be replaced that are rolling off tomorrow. That's what you're looking for. If you want to see me get bullish, I want to see a cascade of call flow into the big boys, not just Tesla and Microsoft. I want to see it in like Apple. I want to see it in Netflix. I want to see it in, all the big boys, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix. We already seen Tesla, right? Google, all the usual suspects. Got a nice bounce here off SPY at 455.03. Looks like some buyers stepping in. The initial shock seems to be wearing off somewhat. More Peleton puts coming out there. 20p. I might have to enter some puts on Peleton at this point. And there was an article that came out on Peleton yesterday, the day before, where they announced that the top CEO and all the officers of the company had sold their interest in Peleton just before the top. I'm going to look at some puts on Peleton here. You guys in puts on Peleton? Tom saying sell till spring. Yep, May go away, baby. Look at some Peleton puts here. You know what's nice about Peleton? I don't care what you say about Peleton. There ain't no way it's coming back in 6 months. We said Peleton was a $10 stock, not closing shop. Their earnings is coming out on February 4th. Peleton puts just rolling in the door right where they're tagging up right here. You're not in yet? Yeah, me too. I'm looking to enter Peleton right now, and I'm not quite there yet. I want to see a trade back up to like 28 bucks. 28.35 would be beautiful, but I might take it here. You know what? I'm going to take the Peleton trade here. I'm gonna start a Peleton trade. I'm gonna enter the Peleton trade for. I'm gonna enter the Peleton trade for the I like the idea of the 21st for 60 cents. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna trade Peleton. Probably lose some money in this trade. Nope. Wait a minute. We're all over the place. The Peleton trade is going what? Woo. Hold on here. Give me a second. I'm missing my trade already. All right, so I've got a standing order in on Peleton, January 21, 20p. This looks like a GME trade, right? I'm going to try to enter this Peleton trade here with you, if anybody's entering it. Come on, give me a fill. Give me a fill on Peleton, baby. Gambling time. All right, so I'm in some puts on Peleton. If I have to average in, I will. Let me know if any good news comes in on Peleton. Yeah, I'm not buying Peleton's story here at all. Seeing more Peleton puts coming in. Same strikes. 121, 22p. 128, 20p. Let's see if we can get another move down in Peleton. We'll take a look at the chart over here. $24 is a target, $22 is a target, $20. Got buyers stepping in on Peleton right now. You have 561,000 buyers on Peleton versus 372,000 sellers. Having board meetings right now. I wonder if you can find out what ETFs Peleton is heavily weighted in. If there's like some sporting goods ETFs, anything like that. AFRM looks like it's turning green in the day. It's at 64.30. RK is recovering slightly. It's probably people panicking on RK all across Twitter. I bet you there's people saying, Peleton is not a part of RK any longer. Stop shorting it. Please stop. XBI with a little bit of recovery. SPY with a little bit of recovery as well. VIX is still curling up. Someone mentioned this earlier to watch out on the curl on VIX. VIX is definitely curling up at this point. Be cautious of this. It could come back down, but VIX is heading up again. Be real careful of the VIX right now, guys. Next stop for VIX. Remember, too, that we've got on Friday, I think it was Euroboomer or somebody mentioned, do not forget that the runway into Vixpiration tomorrow, or not Vixpiration, into OPEX, the call delta expiration is tomorrow on Friday. And, excuse me, and as the runway runs out for the day, regardless of where the market goes, there should be a great VIX call trade into tomorrow, even if it was just an in-the-money call trade maybe on a VIX product. Do an in-the-money call trade into that expires on Friday. Might get a nice print on that. There should be some volatility into Friday. You even take that trade into the 26th, right, which is not Monday. You can take a volatility trade, a call spread into Wednesday the 26th, because we're at the bottom, it looks like, on a megaphone on the VIX. Keep your eyes on right now the VIX and the SPY and whatever else you're trading out there. Okay, what do we got going on here? Al Marino, what are you saying? What did I miss here? Meme stocks. Tesla writes Stone audio codecs, file for trademark for selling audio hardware today. I'll bring up let me bring up some Tesla for you guys. You guys that want to see Tesla, no problem. Oh, so OND, VO, VUG all have Peleton in them. I forgot about meme. David brought up meme. You know who told me about meme? The meme. I forgot about the meme ETF. Matt's saying that Peleton's down 6% off IPO. No, OND does too. I can't read half this stuff. Let me go through here. Yeah, the VIX VIXX I should be. Hold on, I'm missing a bunch of this stuff. DGen 101, what's up? DGen 101's like, what are we buying? Hey, DGen 101, are you ready to go in? Negative. There's not a lot of put delta tomorrow. There's a lot of call delta rolling off the market tomorrow. Grantham just said that Fangman and blue chips will drop 50%. I doubt that. Maybe. There's tail risk for that. There's a lot of smart guys saying that will have. There's potential for that happening. There's free ways to hedge that bet. I've talked about those free ways in the past. Tail risk. Look up volatility tail risk. And you'll see that there are smart people talking about that. SPY. What about FMC next week? What about buy options on both sides the day before and selling the premium before announcement? Remember, before calls, puts are up like 30%. Fall flat just because of FOMC. Hutch, relax. List of Al's pumping out the list of ETFs with Peleton in it. Benjamin saying long Peleton. Too funny. What are we looking for? What's the next trade we're looking for? Or something else we're looking for here, right? What do you guys call something else to look up here? Oh, Tesla. Forgot. Yeah, you could just take a long put on Peleton right now. Make that like a 6-month put at like $10. You just ride it down. Matter of fact, you'll get a squeeze on Peleton when it hits like $2 or something. Peleton raised prices. They found out that the CEO and the corporate guys were selling their calls. There's nothing pretty. They have some splaining to do. You know, that's the thing too, is you start getting closer. A prime example of this is look at Samuel Adams. When news like this breaks, they start to ask questions. They say, "Why didn't you let us know sooner?" They dropped Sam Adams for like what, a year straight, 6 months or a year straight. Sam Adams is a prime example of, you want to see what happens to a company like Peleton when they do shit like this, when they don't let their investors know. Now they're trying to cover for it right before ER. It's going to be one long, slow depths of hell trade. Just if you don't know this, does anybody think that SPY looks bullish at this point? This looks like no man's land to me. If I was going to get bullish on SPY, I'm going to look for a bounce either at 455 or more than likely somewhere down below like 453.20. I don't think that a day trader would take the trade here. Let's see if I got this right or wrong. See how accurate or inaccurate I am. I was setting up my charts this morning and I was kind of half-assing it. Maybe a capitulation of 455. I'm gonna readjust my price target on SPY. 453.13 maybe. As a day trader, that's what I'm looking for to buy. If I'm going to go long here, I'm looking for more capitulation on the SPY. More QQQ puts coming in. Hopefully you grab the trade on Tesla. I can see why you don't want to make a move here. Tesla's kind of in no man's land. You don't want to really be buying here. But you could stay long here. Any good news comes out, I can pump the stock to get out of 1050. If not, the buy zone's down below 1,000. Take a look at closer at SPY real quick. See if you can see anything. More sellers than buyers on SPY right now. Look at the hero indicator. Any potential for a bounce here? Yeah, we got more negative flow still. A little bit here and there, a little bit of bounce flow. Hero indicator is still on a downward slope. You see that the hero indicator is going to cross the buyers down here at some point, it looks like. You don't want to see this happen. What else are you guys saying here? Yeah, VIX is coming up. Somebody mess with that Russian bot in there, right where Tegan commented. TLT is coming up. Thanks for the heads up on that, Tegan. Hell nah to bullish on SPY. Yeah, no shit. I'm a bull. Puff of wind will blow down the SPY. Yeah, I agree with that too. Mary's getting prints I'll look at SoFi for you right now. Still don't think we see 450 this week. Thanks, Mary, for the tip. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support, Mary. QQQ is losing steam. VIX is slowly climbing. Adam Mancini saying the Bulls need to hold 450.60 now. Fail start leg down. Makes sense. I'm short MES here. Thanks, Willie Smoke Meat. Now you're flat again. Oh, I'm not saying for you know, I gotta admit to you guys, like I'm not gonna lie to you. Like Gonzalo, thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. I think I might have already said thank you, but thank you again. Thank you for everybody that's tipped on the that doesn't like using PayPal. You can tip on the pinned tweet on my @CaptainsAlpha. On @CaptainsAlpha on Twitter, I have you can bypass PayPal and tip just direct with a credit card. Someone told me to make a point about that today. And then, yeah, if we lose 456, is it bad? I don't know. Oh, I'm just diamond hand and puts on Peleton. I'll just add to him. Peleton's target number 1. More Peleton puts coming in. I got a drink of water. I'm getting dry mouth here. Peleton, January 28th, 20p for $57,000 just came through. SPY is really on a ledge right now. Does it trade below? Yep. Yeah, you can. So I've got a tip jar on the... This is a free sub, if anybody doesn't know. This is a free subscription. I know that there are a lot of subscriptions out there that charge a lot of money for unactionable trades. I know this because I've paid for them myself. And you might get a guy that goes in there for 5 minutes twice a day, once a day, comes on once a night or something, gives you trade setups and walks away. He's not there for the key pivot moments in the market. And you're paying all this money for that. So this is a free sub. I don't require any, and there's nothing behind a paywall here. We have a Discord website that's being just got launched, but more content's being put in there. We've got a private sub on Twitter, and we've got all you have to do is request to join there. We have this YouTube channel where we live stream and put out videos. So we have a tip jar down below in the description of the YouTube video that you can link right there if you want to leave a tip. And to help donate to keep the stream alive, make sure that I didn't think I'd like tips, but honestly, it keeps me motivated, keeps me showing up every day, keeps me doing the research in the background. And we have more. No, that's the same Peleton. And so if you are making money, if you're not losing all of your money, if you're learning new trading tips, or if you're just here every time that we're at a crucial point in the market, at the end of the day, it shows 200 of you watching right now. But over the course of the day, we end up having something like 2,000 to 3,000 viewers, depending on the day. So I know people are showing up with VPNs on incognito windows. I know that people are coming in and out of the stream at key points. So if this is helping you out there as a trader, please consider liking and subscribing if you're a poor trader or new trader, or please consider donating to help keep the channel alive. Fuck yeah, we're gonna do a free subscription method. I don't like forcing people to pay. If you guys make money, I know that when I made money, I had a bunch of traders teach me how to trade, and I wanted to tip them when I learned how to trade, because in the sea of noise in the internet and on social media, there was this cacophony, and I couldn't get good information. And so when these guys taught me how to make money, become profitable, I wanted to tip them. So, and people have asked me in the past, we didn't start out with a tip jar, but people asked me repetitively and said, I want to tip you. So if you guys are making money, tip. If you guys are not making money, don't tip. If you guys don't find anything actionable about this subscription, don't follow me. Don't watch YouTube. Don't tune in to the Twitter handle. There's no contract here. You don't have to follow along. You don't have to stick around. Go get your information somewhere else. I could care less, to be honest, if you're not getting anything from this. But if you are getting some from this, stick around. If you're making trades here and still losing, I always recommend that you paper trade until you can find a rhythm to the information that we put out here so that you're making successful trades consistently, right? So if you're not winning trades right now, paper trade this. It's even in the description below this video. I talked to you about paper trading. As you follow me, especially if you're a new follower, I've got guys that have been following me for over a year. And then there's people that just join and need to just watch the videos or tune in or ask questions. You'll see a link to the Discord down below. That's going private soon as well. Link to the websites down below. So you can follow along until you get to a swing of things. You know, that's funny because the flow services that I use, it took me, you know, every flow service I've used, I've had to be in that flow service for a month at least, right? To see which ones are worth taking, which ones are not worth taking. And that's the same for anything. You get involved in something for the first time, you want to take your time before you start making trades against anybody or with anybody or whatever. Yeah, no. My care less, my point behind I could care less is if you come into my channel and you say to me, hey, you suck. I fucking hate what you're doing. Fuck a stick. Get fucking wrecked, CaptainJimJames. Right? This sub sucks. You tell me that, right? Then I don't give a flying fuck if you stick around. You're not paying me a subscription. There's no like requirements that I'm saying to you, hey, you owe me $100 every month. Hey, you owe me $1,000 every month, and you're not getting any actionable intelligence. If you don't like it, get out. That's the point, right? If you don't like it, get out. There's no requirements. You'll have trolls come into subs, especially free ones. You heard? I remember one time a horse lover fat said I have to charge people $5 because of trolls. And the reason he was charging people was because trolls come into your feed. Trolls come into your handle. They do it on Twitter. I've got a public Twitter feed called CaptainJimJames. And trolls come in and they bust your balls and break your dick only to be assholes. So if you're going to be an asshole and you're going to talk shit, then get the fuck out. Because there's a bunch of people in this sub that want to learn how to trade or know how to trade or are here to make money. And so if you're here to make money, it's not to listen to somebody just bitch and whine the entire time. There are a shit ton of paid subs that I can direct you to that I've been a member of that you can go asshole it up with them, right? Oh, not you, Josh. I'm not yelling at you. But, you know. Yeah, no, the best thing to do, Jafar, is you just interact with people on the chat, right? Backtest your trades that you want to take with other people. Like if you're like, hey, I'm going to take this trade, people will tell you, yeah, maybe not right now, or maybe wait 10 minutes, right? I've got previous videos from the past on how to buy top or sell tops and buy bottoms, how to do it safely, how to put time on if you're bullish right now. You know, we got people saying this morning, we're bullish on the SPY. Okay, so if you're bullish on the SPY, do you enter into call FDs? Fuck no. I've got videos I've made showing you how to buy a turn in the market that you start with 1 to 3 month call spreads in the money. And then as we move up, you start to get more aggressive with monthlies, then weeklies, and then FDs. So just stick around, hang out, go to the Discord. We don't want anybody in this sub that's an asshole. I don't. I want to trade with people that are positive, that are helping each other out, and that we know we're here to make money. We're retail trying to take money from the banks, not trying to take money from each other. I'm tired of that shit. I'm over the snarkiness of people saying, I don't know, they just let that guy take that trade. They don't speak up and say it's a tough trade to take. It might not print. I want someone to say to me, if I say, hey, I'm going long on Tesla today, that's a great trade, or, hey, no, the reality is, bro, that's a really tough trade to take. You know, you might lose. Or this is how you hedge that long that you're going to take on Tesla. This is how you hedge that short you're going to take on SPY. I really want that interaction from other traders. I want that for myself. I want that from you guys to provide it for each other. Ford is fading. Yeah, no. This is not the. Sorry, we're mixing stuff up. Josh with the wrench is cool. The other Josh is cool too. I like that Josh just as much. It's just that the poison that sometimes comes into a sub, we're just not going to allow it. I'm not going to fucking have it. So if that poison comes in, you're fucking out. And there's no requirements here to be a member of this sub, other than that you show up every day. You know, I'm not. Yeah, you guys get my point. I don't need to rehash this shit. And I love you, Josh. Both Joshes. Yeah, I'll stop it, Charles. I'm done. I'm done with the angry rants. All right, so matter of fact, there'll never be another angry rant again. Anybody gets out of line, we'll drink some whiskey. So, all right, here we go. 1028. We have a bounce on Tesla. 1033, got resistance at 1035. Price target is still 1050, 1040, and 1050. Looks like some of the sellers are coming down here on Tesla. We're going to look at the SPY one more time, see if we're going to get any penetration. When you start to see the sideways movement in SPY, this might be positive for the bulls. You do see the hero indicator turning positive once again on the SPY. You do have more sellers than buyers on the SPY, but their buyer class is moving up at this point. I don't know what the trade is on SPY is right now. I'm still looking for 353 to take a long on it. If we could get a nice gap up into the close and then possibly sell down onto Friday on fair and volatility. Still sitting in some Peleton puts. I'll hold those things diamond hand into the 21st. I want to see some capitulation at some point on Peleton, unless some news comes out that contradicts. And if those Peleton puts burn, I'll buy more Peleton puts on Friday. I'll buy them again and again and again. This is only the start of the downward spiral of Peleton, in my view. Too much negative news. You've got 3 or 4 really bad news articles. You've got ER coming up here shortly. They're going to have some splaining to do. If you remember the Samuel Adams, if any of you guys go back and watch or read the Samuel Adams ER call, it was a mess. It was a mess. They knew that their product launch for their White Claws, whatever their version of White Claws wasn't working. They didn't let investors know. They tried to release that information either right before ER or just on ER. It shows gross incompetence in the company from the executive officers. And I would expect the same with Peleton with raising. So they just raised prices. They announced no more support today. And then they also had the news drop about the executives selling out of their stock positions at the top. Like you can get away with the selling out of your stock positions, but when you start to roll all this bad news off and you're looking at rates being raised, then you're wondering about the future of Peleton and what its real valuation is at. Just saw some more flow come in. I'm seeing more Nikola call flow, NKLA 414.10C for $92,000. And Peleton calls January 21st, 30C for $19,000. So looking for a bounce play on Peleton to 30. Yeah, we'll talk about SPY real quick. Yeah, no, it's not a COVID cough. Good question on that. So I drink water when I wake up in the morning. I drink like a liter of water. And if I don't keep drinking it while I'm talking, I get a sore throat. I do take COVID tests frequently, and I have not tested positive at this point. I am triple vaccinated. I did see some calls come through on Netflix. 218 570C, 243,000. I'm just losing my voice, like a sore throat. And if I don't keep drinking water, then my throat gets dry. So I just drank some water. I'm going to drink some coffee here in just a minute. Have to remind myself to drink water. I'll look at the boot chart right now, and we'll take a look at the boot ticker. Yeah, I like this trade more already. I know I already like this trade on boot. So we'll let that load up while we're watching the SPY here. And we'll talk about my plan on the SPY. Peleton. P-T-O-N. Will Mead is pumping Peleton right now. All I know is if I sell my puts here, they'll dump. Diamond handing SPY puts. Hutch take one for the team. Left my ass off. I didn't see the Hutch. I'm still down. I'll probably buy Peleton puts a bunch. What makes you wonder if somebody called Will Mead and said, "Hey, pump this for me, and I'll pay you 50 grand, so I can unscrew myself out of Peleton right now." Maybe some guy's holding like 10 million in Peleton. Says, "Will Mead, I'll pay you 50 grand just to pump it on Twitter." That wouldn't shock me. Ooh, that's a nice trade. You know who always has nice trades is Winky Face. Winky Face always has good trades. It's a nice trade, brother. I like this trade. More sellers right now on boot, but I like the idea of buying some call spreads on boot. I like this trade on boot. I'll look at it on a chart. Man, I like that trade. I'm looking at it right now on a moving average on a 1-year chart. My only issues on boot is what? It's traded up to 135 bucks. Things been trading up since start, right? Start of 2020. I don't know, man. My only question here on boot, to be honest with you, I'll give you my honest opinion on boot, is even when a stock is bullish, that at some point the banks want to take profit, right? So if the banks bought it down here at $8 and now they've made 1,200% in profit, it might trade up for ER, but my thought process would be that it's time to take profit. I think people don't understand, not you, but people don't understand. I can see your point on where it is right now too, because it's on the same slope and it's about to touch at $97 right where it would normally be, right? I think that's your question. Maybe you get a sweet trade out of it for ER, but I would like to see, you know how when you trade in a range and you have the upside of that range and the downside of that range? I'd probably be a buyer of, wait a minute, like a long-term holder of boot. I'd like to see it swing down to $65, $68, something like that. Somewhere in there. $65. I know that's below the 200 on it, but it has more to do with profit taking and less to do with if it's a good company or not. That's a tough trade. That's tougher than I thought it would be to look at on a chart. So even if they make up bullshit news, negative news, or whatever, I like the buy once it hits $70. Though it wouldn't shock me to see buyers step in at 93, or even currently where it's at for a trade into ER. But I would still expect a sell on it. Let's say it does run up to ER. You're still going to see a sell-off on it once it hits like 119 or so. And just pure profit taking. I don't think it's anything negative to say about this company at all, but you know, it's outside of its channel. It's traded outside of its channel. It should come back into its channel at some point. I would rather take the long-term, like June 6th put on it, down to like $75. Let me go back up in here, see what you guys are saying. MES is on a flag. I think it's outstanding that you've owned it since then. It's a banging stock. Great trade, by the way. Is F puts a good trade? I don't know. I think that what you need to do in Ford is take a look back at their prior ERs. And I kind of remember that they always trade up in ER, then they dump real quick, then they come back again. Like they shake people out, and then all of a sudden they blast again. Blue Horseshoe says Peleton is going to the moon. It's possible. The one thing about Peleton is yeah, it's a company that's probably a good company. I think it has more to do with just pure profit taking. I don't think it has anything to do with bad. David's asking about more risk than reward. Yeah, no, I'm not anti. I would just sell calls on. I would just sell calls on it. You don't have to really sell puts. Just sell some calls on it. Yeah, I like taking. I don't like beat down stocks unless they've made the turn. I like the stocks that the banks are pushing, and this just looks like profit taking. This doesn't look like, hey, this is a bad company or anything. I just sell some calls above wherever this trend line is, this selling down trend line is. Sell something above there, like you could sell calls on boot above 124, 125. You could sell 125 calls all day long on boot and probably get away with it. Have some SPY puts coming in. 121, 455p. Bears starting to step in here. Bears starting to lean in. Yeah, I like ME too. I like the ME trade. I like ME's on my list to accumulate this year. Hood's on my list to accumulate this year. SQ is as well, but they're not quite there yet. PayPal's on my list, but I just haven't seen that capitulation move in some of those tickers. I love the Viacom trade that started back in December. Anytime Viacom sells off, you just buy it. There is a lot more interest than before in Viacom than there was. Used to be able to get Viacom calls for like 10 cents, 1 penny. Not as cheap as I like it, but I still like that trade. I like the ME trade. I like anything that's like sold off nicely. I like that ME is traded down to like that $4 mark. I still like big tech for 2022. I just don't like it at the price that it's at right now at this moment. So it'll be a mix of big tech. It'll be a mix of big tech and some growth companies that are actually producing a product. I even like Peleton. I can't say that I don't like Peleton, but I don't like Peleton's price. I think that the Peleton price should, we talked about this last week, right? I think that the Peleton price is closer to $10, maybe 15 on a good ER, but I don't believe that I don't think Peleton's a $26 or $30 stock in any way, shape, or form. I know that stocks split. I get all that. But do I think do I think that Snap is worth more than Peleton? I do. I think Snap is worth more than Peleton. I think Snap's potential is stronger than a Peleton. At least in the eyes of an everyday buyer, right? It's funny how stock price matters, even if they have a split, right? Stock price does matter in the eyes of a retail buyer or the general consensus viewpoint, even though it doesn't really reflect the truth. NKLA still has calls coming in on it. Nikola, 218.11C, $15,000. I have some opposing put flow on Netflix. We had no, wait a minute. Opposing put flow on Netflix. Netflix kind of all over the place. I want to take a look at Netflix, by the way. See why that is. So in Netflix right here, right, it just kind of bottomed out. Saw some calls coming in on Netflix originally at 151 this afternoon, February 18th, 570C. And then I just saw puts come in February 4th, 490P at $356,000. Dangerous trade. We can look and see if there's real support here on Netflix real quick. Double-sided trade. And it doesn't look like it's a straddle or any kind of a complex trade. The high on Netflix was 700. They had that nice pump rip when they announced a higher price for Netflix. That was unexpected, right? You've got people that want the price of Netflix lower. Of course, they announce we're going to raise prices, and you had a short squeeze down around $500. This was a localized bottom back in August of 2021. Yeah, I can see why people like Netflix here. I know people have been talking about Netflix recently. I meant to look it up, and I haven't had the chance. If you look back, Netflix is a great chart because oftentimes when a stock wants to trade higher in a new channel, a new horizontal channel, there'll be a move up above the channel. So it moved up, let's say, from between 479 and 566, moved up to $700. And then you'll often see a quick capitulation move down. So maybe you'll see like a moment where Netflix sells down to, let's say, 450. And then it swings higher back into that 800, 700, swings higher to like, let's call it like 645 to 750. So it makes this quick capitulation move down, then actually swings up and stays in that new higher trading channel. If you look at a lot of big tech over a period of time, like let's say 5 to 10 years, you'll see how these moves work, and you'll see that they have the rise to test out a new channel above. They come back down, trade below their last channel briefly, and then they come back up and trade in that new higher channel. I'm not sure why that is. My assumption from that is that it has more to do with how banks trade stocks that they like. that it's a repetitive system that they use consistently on tickers they want to move to the next level. I'm assuming that it's at some point it's a computer program. You can consistently see this in a lot of growth stocks. Maybe we see a little bit of selling down to like 460, maybe 445, brief moments. Then we make a move higher and we trade in this new higher trading zone. And I like Netflix over the long term. I'll look up Joe next. I'll check SPY next. Just some guy, what did you buy? You're in June 3.5C. Tick is cranking positive. BBD is looking good from a golden ticket from a few days ago. See, SPY's coming back up. I like everything about Netflix but the option premiums. I agree with that. Yeah, that was my one point why I like your put strategy rather than call strategy, Winky, was because of the expansion. If they pull some shit like Home Depot and they just keep opening stores, that stock will just keep blasting off. Pays dividends as well. BBD is the ticker. Yeah, I like all those trades the next couple of years. I like Michaels. I like Fiverr. Fiverr came down, which was nice to see. I think we're going to get some kind of a recession, even if the market does well. I think you're going to see some kind of a. It's tough. Like you've got companies can still drop wages if inflation comes down. They can claim that they can drop wages, but you'll see like landlords won't drop rents. Car dealers are scummy. They'll keep prices of cars up as long as they possibly can. They might never come down again. So I think some of this inflation is here to stay. You had wage stagflation for past 20 years, I want to say. So you could see some brutality for another 20 years, right? We had wages rise up. So you might not see another wage increase for another 10, 20 years. Let's see if we can get a better look at the SPY here real quick as that BBD loads up. Still more sellers than buyers. You've got some call buyers here. 450s firming up once again. And honestly, you're seeing 458 firming up again. So this does look like we might be able to tag again once again above at 458.61. A little bit bullish. SPY's a little bit bullish. Remember, though, we still have runway to think about. Yeah, I like Joan. XLP and XLU. I liked XLP and XLU back in. We should talk about XLP and XLU. So I really liked them back in September. There are some. Yeah, so John, we'll talk about what John's talking about too. So there's an argument out there being made that you can't hide in XLP and XLU if the market declines. There was a flee to XLP and XLU in September into December. So the price of XLP and XLU went up, but if the market sheds some weight, you'll just come right back down to where you started in September. So I guess it's a place to hide, but it's not a place. You used to be able to like buy XLU and it'd go up while the market went down. There are a lot of these vol traders that are saying that that's inaccurate. Now you can't hide in those trades. I like them after springtime. XLU, XLP. And to be honest, I really like, better than XLU and XLP, I really like the Vanguard. I think it's like Value Select Fund is really nice. I think that trade lasts in the Value Select Fund. I think it's Value Select. I like that. That's on my list as well for a trade for the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah, car buyers are Satan. John S is saying that they raised their rates by 10% across the boards. My question though is, do you keep those rates high, right? Do you ever reduce those rates? That's the key, right? Does the cost of stuff come down? Because a company can say, hey, look, inflation has come down, CPI has come down. I'm going to pay you less, right? Not your company, but I mean like a big company, like a big corporation can, and they do say, this is your wage increase due to CPI. I don't think we're going to be in stagflation. I don't know that it's stagflation that we're going to be in. I think it's going to be a weird. I'm going to bring up Joe next. I'm going to do BBD now. So you guys want to know what my take is on the SPY into the close. So as a day trader, my day trader hat on, I think I've said this a few times. As a day trader, you're looking to buy 453.13 to take that into the close long. If you don't get 533.13, then you might miss the trade. But I'd rather miss the trade here than take it at 553.13. So that's what I'm watching now. Watching SPY puts come in. January 21st, 455p. SoFi puts coming in. January 21st, 16p. SPY puts coming in 450p, 121 for $44,000. QQQ puts 367p. January 21st, 367p in the Qs. I don't know if this is going to help on BBBD. Looks like your buy the dippers are at 350. So maybe snap a line on BBBD for 350 and hopefully it comes to you. That's the other thing about buying stock. You guys should just be setting, like, every time I do one of these things, you just go into your own charting software, snap a line at like 350 on a stock that you like. You get like 100 or 300 of these. And if you have an alert set in your email, it just triggers. So rather than chasing BBBD or BBD, you wait for it to come to you for the price that you want to own it at. And you'll get an alert once a week. If you build up a database of 100 to 300 stocks, you will definitely get alerts once a week. And then you can check. Then you do your due diligence and say, what is the news that's coming out on this ticker right now? Why is it dropping? Is it market conditions? Is it some bad ER statement? Why am I buying it here at this price? And if you always have a steady supply of tickers that are doing that for you, you'll find it much easier to go long. We have to do a live stream on that theory, on when you buy the dip, how to buy the dip, how to start there. I think we've done some videos on this, but not to the extent of how you track stocks. You should have a basket of like 100 to 300 stocks. We're trading down right now in the SPY, by the way. You should have a basket of stocks out there. Build them up. Build up like 300 stocks that you want to own. And even if you think it's crazy, if you're I'll look at SQ real quick. So here's a prime example. If I have 300 stocks, right? And I think that SQ can survive, or I think SQ will come into a merger. I think that someone will buy SQ, or that SQ can survive. And so I put some ridiculous buy zones, like $89 on SQ. Now that sounds crazy. Set an alert for that. Set another alert, right? $107 or so. Set another alert right around there. And you just see where it's at, see where we are in the market, see what the market conditions are. And maybe SQ doesn't come down to $70 or $80, $90, and I miss it. Let's say I miss SQ. I still have another 300 stocks that will come down to those low levels that I can then accumulate and take long. and I feel confident in what I'm owning. I don't feel bad if the stock moves down because I'm comfortable with owning it at that price. I see the value at that price in that ticker. So I don't like to chase stocks. I've got a standing order on SQ, right, or on Hood. I want to own Hood at like $12, $12.60, $13.50. We're at $14.12 right now in Hood. We're close to what I want it to be. So when it gets into that buy zone again, I'm going to check to see if the buyers are there or if they've gone lower. Like let's say it pings at $13.60. I'm going to then open up Bookmap and say, all right, it's in my buy zone. Are the buyers there now? If the buyers move down to $10, I'll wait to buy until there's a reaction. And that's how you buy falling knives. And you chart them out. Chart them out with alerts. Okay, so let's take a look at the SPY here. None of this is bullish, right? You guys all know that? Are we clear on we're not bullish right now in the market? And we're at 454. I want to see a break below to 453. It was 453.13, but because of time, I'm probably looking at 452.98. Somewhere down here. And let's see if we're going to be attracted to lower. Right now, we're going to check and see if we're attracted to lower. And you can see this just began, right? I want you guys to see this out here. See how buyers are now stepping into 450.23. Sometimes these buyers will move higher here, but like before, we talk about this, right? If you see, we're seeing the disappearing up here, right? This means the sellers are stepping in here. That wall of sellers has come down. We can see that the buyers are here. This doesn't always happen, but you know, there's a fair chance, compiled with everything else you have out there, that it'll be attracted to this number of 450 down below. I'm watching a cascade effect of SPY puts right now. January 21, 450p for $50,000. Are you ready for this one? January 21, 456p, $1 million. XLE puts January 21, 65p. QQQ puts 366p for $286,000. I've got a whole list of puts rolling in currently. Say it again, Winky. Say it again. Say, I think we'll stop exactly on yesterday's low of the day. I like that. Good job, Winky. Say Uncle Winky. Just joking with you. Just fucking with you. Hey, Talking Monkey, thank you for the tip, my brother. It's all right, man. You'll make some money. We'll do it. Thank all of you guys for tuning in today. Thank all of you guys that are helping each other out there trade better. It is, all right, Charles, great question. So, and that's a great question for anyone that wants to know out there. I only post trades that are at the ask or better, no at the bid, and it must correlate with other quantitative data. It has to be hidden in a trade, so it would be split up against different. Like this trade might be broken up between Chicago, New York. It also has to have at the ask or above. It has to be unusual. Usually it's a signature trade. There's a signature that different banks use when they buy these trades. And then also it'll match up with equity blocks, dark blue blocks, sweeps, splits. And I've got a whole bunch of data on this stuff. So this isn't raw. Like if you go to like unusual whales or tradie ticks, this isn't raw data call or put flow. This is a flow that has to hit certain metrics for it to make it on this list. Sometimes you'll see that I'll miss trades. You'll see a stock ripping and my program won't follow it because it's looking for specific signatures, specific quant triggers for it to come out. Quant doesn't mean anything. All it means is that you're adding, it's just not raw data. It has other flags that it has to tag or hit or whatever. That SPY put flow was January 21st, 456p, 3,500 contracts, 3,501 contracts at $2.81 for $1 million. Watching a fat stack of Peleton puts coming in. This is probably one of the larger trades I've seen come in. Peleton 128, 24p for $150,000. That's significant for Peleton. Most of the Peleton trades were like $50,000, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've got a list of how it actually exactly tracks all this flow that comes through, but it has to hit certain metrics. Usually, it matches up to dark pool flow as well. I've got some alpha flow too, so I'll get some alpha. I'll release. You guys can sign up on your own if you want. I got more SPY puts coming in. SPY January 21 450p for $43,000. That's a pretty big trade right there. You know, January 21, that's a zero date for $1 million, right? A zero date for $1 million. I'm going to enter some SPY puts again here. That's some pretty nasty shit right there. No, I'm not going to lie. January 21, 450s are only 91 cents. I'm in some SPY puts at this point. It's a pretty big play right there. It's $1 million trade for basically a 0 day, right? It's a 1 day trade for $1 million on SPY puts down to 450. That's a significant trade on the SPY. They took the 456s, but so we got more SPY puts coming in right now. January 21, 450p, $47,000. We get those last SPY puts, January 21, 450p, $43,000. Lots of SPY put flow right now. Will that not involve creating some gamma due to Taylor going neutral? You know, it's weird. I did spend some time with. I'll try to direct you guys. There was the guy from Spot Gamma did an interview a couple days ago. I think it was a feed. I think he did a video that took I think it was like an hour long video, and it was 2 or 3 days before the drop to 450, and his point at that time with the information that he had was that he didn't know that he normally doesn't say exactly where we're going. Like he won't take a conviction stance on where we're going, but his point was he implied earlier that we're going to trade down, that the call delta is going to be removed from the market, if new call delta doesn't come into the market, that the call wall comes down, right? Then a few days ago, we saw new puts, right? At 428p on SPY. We saw new IWM puts coming in. We didn't see the call flow for the top until today. We saw some on Microsoft and Tesla, but it still wasn't that high. So, when you're looking at the call and put walls and the absolute gamma strikes above and below, they're moving lower right now. And so when you start to see those absolute gamma strikes on the SPY get removed, you're going to have a lower ceiling on where the SPY is going to go. And I think the implication is that you really want to see a lot more call hedging on the high, like 480 to replace 500 to replace the delta that's rolling off. So if they start to go neutral into the close on tomorrow, right? And that was his other point, was he doesn't know if they're selling or buying or how those calls are being hedged. There's also another unknown, which is, do these long-term in the money call holders convert their calls into shares? Does someone that's been long for this long, and why are they still long these calls, was another question. There's a bunch of different variables in this equation for these in the money call holders, deep in the money call holders, I should say. Question is, are they going to hold through? Are they going to hold through or pull a rug out from that stuff, right? So let's say they convert to shares and then they immediately sell, pull that money out of the market. You've got a double combination of no more hedging, right? The hedging comes out of the market. Then you've got the equity being pulled out of the market. That could be a double volatility whammy into Friday. Now, in that video, they didn't know about. Of course, they couldn't know that we had deeper hedging, put hedging on the market take place a couple days ago. And even at that time, with the information that they had, they said we don't see SPY trading down below 460. But we didn't have the hedge wall roll in either. The moment that put hedge wall rolled in, you saw us trade down to 450. And so if you see that cascade of puts coming in from now into tomorrow and not a cascade of calls coming in, you'll see that same effect. And that's where you get the 440. And you start looking at the advancers, decliners in the market. You start to add all this stuff up and you have to take a position of risk. And that's when I hear about that Vanna trade that they're talking about in SG right now. I'm wary of that Vanna trade unless we're at a certain price point, probably 440. Right now, for where we are, in my view, for me only, I think we can easily trade down to 440 between now and Tuesday. I think we can, unless there's some information that we don't have. At any time, that can change. You don't ever try to hold me to something, and I won't ever hold you to something where, some new information comes into the market. But for what we have for information right now, my stance is that we trade down to, it was 450. My stance switched to 450 the other day, and today my stance is at 440 by Monday or Tuesday. Easy, on the table. Table is set for it. We're looking at today's trading, right? Does today's trading look like a 2 or 3 tap recovery bounce heading into next week? I don't see that in today's trading. Had we traded up and gotten rejected at for what? Let me look at this again. Had we traded up and with conviction traded to 460, maybe ripped through it, bounced below and retested 450, possibly we could trade up to 470, 480. But this day today does not look like a recovery day to me or like a turn day to me. We have now Apple puts coming in. January 21, 175p for $500,000. SPY puts coming in. January 21, 452p, $251,000. VIX calls. Talked about that trade earlier. Last time it was on VIX. This time it's on VXX. 121.20C for 60 grand. Watching some, for the first time today, IWM puts come in. And actually, of all the indexes, the one that's going to probably fall the most is IWM. I have a price target of 196. I think we see that. As of right now, for all the information that we have available, IWM just had more puts come in. January 21, 204p, $200,000. 1 day puts. My puts are printing right now, if you're wondering. Not a ton, 20%, 25%, I think they're up at this point. If you're just joining us recently, stick around because over time, all these conversations will start to add up. I know some of you haven't been here for a long time. We layer these conversations over the course of days and weeks, and we get a viewpoint on the market that starts to add up to where we are today. So if you hear me talking about something and you don't know exactly why we're talking about the context of where we're talking, it has more to do with something we've been discussing over the course of the past few weeks, months. This conversation has actually been taking place since September is when it began. We have one buyer stepping in on the SPY, January 21, 455C for $93,000. Impressive. Someone else, I think Winky or someone was saying he was looking for a bounce at 453 or 454 or something like that. I'm looking for more of a bounce down at 453, 452.93 currently. Hopefully we can get a ripper into the close. That would wreck some of the puts that are out there. But if we don't, we could sell off into the close as well. I do see volatility tomorrow. I would expect that people will bring up this call delta rolling off. I think this is more of the inverse too of an OPEX. I think we can look towards previous OPEXs and expect us to trade higher on the 21st. I think if you look back in most of 2021, most of 2020, we're normally having call delta roll off. We're normally having put delta roll off during those months, not call delta. We have put delta typically rolling off on these OPEXs, and this month we have call delta rolling off. It's a little bit different, a little bit more inverse than it was in the past. So I want to see my stance is bearish still. My stance is bearish. It's weird. I don't know if we see 440 on Friday. Joe Donut and I were talking earlier. Sometimes, you should trade down to 440 on Friday, but they wait for those puts to expire. And then the following Monday or Wednesday, they'll actually trade down to 440. They won't have to print the 440 anymore. Nobody gets paid. And then we move up from there. Ramos, are you a real person? Ramos Proctor? If you are a bull, right, you still want to see, if you're a bull, you're either getting a V-shaped recovery. We didn't get that today. So if you're not getting a V-shaped recovery, your second choice as a bull is that you get a retest once, if not twice more, right? 1 to 3 taps before we head higher. So if we're not doing the V-shaped recovery, then I would expect at least a retest of 450 once or twice before we move higher. So even from a bullish perspective, at this point, you're going to be expecting another retest. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Do any of you think... Sorry, I'm back here. Do any of you think that we are... Let me adjust this mic real quick. Do any of you think that we're going up into the close? Sure looks like it wants to test that 450 into the close, right? Maybe we catch the bounce at 3 p.m. Possibly catch a bounce down here at 252. Now it's 252.86. Or we catch the close bounce at 450. Or option 3 would be that we see that same kind of a thing that we've been seeing, right? You see a cascade of puts right into the close. See a cascade of puts into the after hours for the first 15 minutes. So I took a put spread earlier today. That's printing, right? 458.74. I took a put spread. Remember that? Everybody was tuning in back then. Close that gap. I shouted out a put spread earlier today. That's printing. Bought some naked FDs, one-day puts. That's printing. My Peleton's not doing so hot. But that's okay. Making money on some puts over here. The runway is running out for bulls. Bulls know that tomorrow is a wonky day, right? I want you guys all understand what happens on days like tomorrow. See some really jagged moves in the market. You can get caught with your pants down in the market. We have a list that we looked for. Remember we talked about a list of 15 to 20 stocks? Told you to look for specific tickers to have short covering rallies into Friday. Today, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. You've got some heavily concentrated tickers. Remember that list that had the 5 tickers on it? One was Microsoft, one was Tesla. You saw some call hedging come out in those 2 tickers today. We had a whole video we did on this, right? Which ones will get rehedged, which ones won't get rehedged with calls. We talked about people that were, they didn't know, SG said they didn't know who was short, who was long in each ticker. Could be a moment at some point where someone lifts the short on Zillow, right? Was on that list that we had. Remember, had that big fat list. Blink was on that list. They've all had some short covering rallies this week, right? I remember people were telling me, now this is going to happen. It's happened all week long, though, right? It has proved itself. You can go back and watch that video. We did this video on Sunday. Today is Thursday. Start putting the pieces of the puzzle together as we head into tomorrow. Closed my puts for profit just there. Just a heads up, I closed my puts for profit. We might come into a brief moment of support here, right where we are. 453.40, 452.79, somewhere down in here. There should, if we capitulate, move down from this point, you should see a capitulation down below 452.67. I just want to take profits so that I'm not losing that this is a directional thing, right? You buy an FD, it's directional. It's only good for the move. So I took my profit here. On my FDs, I bought some FD puts. You didn't get filled in that spread? Alex is like, die, SPY, die, die, die. I thought you guys are talking about the gap above, not the gap below. You guys want to fill the gap from the overnight, huh? Bunch of sickos. Bears are crazy. More forwards puts coming in right now. Ford 121, 22.5p. Been talking about Ford since this morning. And what's selling off right now? Ford. Talked about the sellers hiding above at 23 bucks earlier today. Selling off. If we get the SPY here to bounce at some point, they'll take another set of puts. If we get a little bump here, sometimes you'll get, bears know all about this, right? You'll get that little slam down, then we'll trade up, burn the puts, then you got to get the puts again to trade down into tomorrow. Not surprised seeing people buying 0-date puts. If it was any other month, I would say I'd be buying 0-date calls here. I can't. I want to protect my money. I want to protect your money. Yeah, bears deserve to be greedy. We'll look at Joan real quick. And then I'll look at, what's the other one you're looking for? LCID. Goddamn Russians are in here again. I can't wait to watch the Russians get smoked. I was in the military for a long time. I think the days of mechanized military is over. A lot of unseen stuff that went on in Syria. The Russians got smoked in Syria by shoulder-fired rockets, not RPGs. These are guided missiles, basically. Not AT-4s and stuff like that either. These are some like new school Stingers, not meant for aircraft, but meant for tanks. And a whole ton of Russians got destroyed in Syria. I think you see a force like Ukraine that's trained, and I think they have an easy chance of repelling the Russians. So if you're one of those Russian bots right now, and you're in our chat, I hope you hear this. And if any of you guys are working on those Russian bots, you can not only delete the message, but report them for like child abuse or something. So Joan 940 840. It'd be kind of funny too, right? I kind of like the idea of that Vanatrade too. See, now you're piquing my interest in the Vanatrade. I'm going to read the new SG stuff on that Vanatrade that's supposedly there. Maybe it's there. It's possible. Can't say that it isn't. Anything's possible, right? We can trade to 560, 500, 600. Can't say that it's not possible. Market can do all kinds of craziness. Seeing more SPY puts come in. January 21st, 450p. QQQ puts coming in. January 21st, 366p. Some SoFi calls coming in. Lucid. You want to know where the real money is in Lucid? free fall down to 36, 34, and $30. There might be some weakness in some of these speculative growth stocks if you see what happens to Peleton, does it happen to this company? Some blowback from that. You might not see that blowback until a day or two from now. The banks like to wink on this stuff, right? They're like, we'll do it later. Peleton's about to fall off a cliff into the close. Peleton doesn't look healthy right now. SPY's creeping down. SPY puts just came in January 21, 451p. Nail in the coffin. Price target 450.14. Heavy SPY and QQQ puts coming in right now. January 21, 365p, $200,000. Yeah, there was, if you want to know where the proving ground was for the U.S. pretty much sent some high-tech arms to insurgents, and they just started wrecking tanker crews in Syria. And that's their plan for Ukraine as well. Benjamin, is Josh still here? Yeah, I'm going to diamond hand Peleton puts. Peleton can eat a bag of whatever. When it was interesting, me and this guy on Twitter, what's his name? The first time Peleton rolled over, we turned uber bearish on him. And we were both Peleton bulls at that time. The death throes of SPY at this moment. SPY tagged that area that I was talking about down here. 452.86, 452.9. You're going to be looking for a quick rejection off 453.57. I can't believe you guys are going to be upset with me once I turn bullish. I'm gonna have all the bulls leave my stream, and then I'm gonna have no follows, and then we're gonna get bullish again, and I'm gonna have to attract bulls back to the stream. If you are a bull out there, I hope I'm saving your ass right now or your money. At the end of the day, that's all that matters, right? Money is what matters at the end of the day. Seeing some VIX calls come in. I think VIX is the best trade. If you guys want the best trade into the bell, the best trade in the bell is probably some form of, if I had to guess, I'm not telling you to do this, but if there was a best trade, it's more than likely VIX calls. It's the easiest if you're bearish trade into tomorrow. And you can just put some time on them, turn them on for next Wednesday. Doesn't matter where we trade. We just know there's going to be volatility, and we know we're at the bottom of a megaphone on the VIX. We're rising up from it, but we know that we're at the bottom. We were at the bottom of the megaphone this morning. We talked about that. I had you guys chart it out. More than likely, you'll see VIX climb to now on Wednesday at a minimum. You're going to see the VIX climb to $25. And if we get any bad news on Wednesday, you will see 30 on the VIX. Yeah, I don't want to lose either bulls or bears. I want you guys to trade both sides. I want you to trade the bull side. I want you to trade the bear side. I want you guys to make money. All of the gains being given away right now on the SPY. Only gains left on the table is what was made in the overnight. Sounds more like TB cough to me. Whooping cough. No, I'm just I'm very dehydrated right now. How about this? There's 8 minutes left until the 3 o'clock hour. I'm gonna go get a new cup of water. I'm out of water, and now I'm just drinking like old coffee from this morning. I'm gonna go hit the head and get a new cup of water so that my voice doesn't sound so scratchy. I'm not coughing up a lung. I don't smoke or anything either. Like I don't, no smoking, never smoked. I don't do drugs. I don't mind if you do drugs that I don't do drugs. I have dabbled in the past when I was younger. Went to Burning Man a few times. Ran around the desert with some naked women. Hold on, I get a Ludens out. I'll get the kids' candy cough drop out. But I don't smoke weed, none of that stuff. Maybe I got a whiskey cough. Yeah, Ukraine. Yeah, Vlad should go back and volunteer for the army. Somebody should text Vlad or somebody tweet Vlad and say, "Hey Vlad," I'll tweet him right now and ask him if he's going to join up to defend the Ukraine. He's from Ukraine. Is he from Ukraine or Belarus? I can't remember. I'll be back in the next 3 minutes. I'm going to leave this on for you. You know we're like a magnet down to 450. Sellers are in charge right now. Hopefully it bumps a little bit so I can grab some more puts here in a moment. All right, I'm back. You guys been talking in the chat? Yeah, I've got the whooping cough. I've got herpes, gonorrhea, AIDS, HIV, or something. Grandpa's cough medicine. I would love that. That's like the old school. That's like the old school. Rolling Stones used to get pharmaceutical grade. Used to get pharmaceutical grade cocaine and stuff like that. I'd probably try that. Hey, Jason, how you doing, brother? Yeah, the internet outages suck. Hey, Josh. You're back, Josh. Are you here, Josh? Josh. I see you. How are you doing, Josh? You okay, Josh? You still here, brother? I like that you're still here, by the way, if you're listening. Josh, are you here? Josh, tell me you're here, brother. Tell me you haven't left us. I want you to stay with us, brother. Josh, tell me you're still here. Tell me you're still here, Josh. Tell me you're listening to this broadcast right now. Hang in there, brother. Caldwell Gibbs. Is that a real name? I'll pull up shop. I hope you're still here, Josh. Seriously, nothing but love, brother. I hope you held strong, or at least you're making money back in some way. I saw a comment from him. He was here just a minute ago. He left a comment up above. I scrolled through real quick while I was gone. If he is listening, stick around, bro. And I hope your stuff's printing or you're getting closer to. Josh, if you don't feel confident in where you are in your trade, now's the time to pull the plug, right? Okay, we're looking at Shopify here. This is another one that needs to come down. I like both Joshes. I like Josh H. Oh, Josh the Tool. Oh, man, they're making fun of Josh the Tool? Come on. Yeah, I'm bearish on Zome XOM, January 28th, 72p. I said as much last night on Twitter. I said the easiest short right now is oil. I'd really like to see Shopify go down the pooper a little bit. Some profit taking. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, did you hear that, Josh the Tool? Thanks for sharing your charts, Jason. I hope he's here. I like Josh. I don't dislike him. He can. I want anybody to call me out whenever they want to. He's very respectful and cool about it. So everything's cool. Starlight saying that there's buyers on ES. I'm seeing more Zome puts right now, just heads up. I'm seeing puts on Ride, $80,000 Ride. Whatever happened to Ride? January 28th, 3.5p. Woof. I didn't know Ride got that deep. Shopify. Let's look. Looks like some decent support at 1033. Then at 1,000. You want to see where the banks are? You're looking for a deep, dark red line. They're probably at $1,000, right? Nope. Wow. They love shop, don't they? Look at that. They love Shopify. $1,000. There it is. That's where the bank money is. More QQQ puts, $190,000 on 121 367p on Shopify, or scratch that on QQQs. Kind of figure $1,000 is a mental thing for Shopify. Break below $1,000 and it's kind of a bad look for Shopify. More QQQ puts coming in right now, $165,000 on 365p. Yeah, I love Mr. Yen's charts. I used to use his, matter of fact, I lost, over the years, I was able to accumulate a bunch of, Jason, you might be able to help me with this. I had a bunch of his indicators for Thinkorswim. Then I had my Thinkorswim account closed on me, lost all of my indicators that I accumulated from Mr. Yen, and now I no longer have them. So if any of you have any of those indicators, you could share a script with me. I'd appreciate it. Because I do trade, I love trading his trading style. I have nothing but love and respect for Mr. Yen and his trading style. Joe the Tool Man. He is Joe the Tool Man in a way. We have another Russian in here. I don't know when you should take profit. I can't tell you guys like the details. All right, I try to give you guys a gist of where we're going and what's going on. Here we go. Got a nice tap down below on that line I was telling you about earlier, right? Here we go. Touching that 452.86 right here. Nice clean tap. Now down to 452.69. Getting that nice clean tap down there. Come on down. Come down to 450. Show us where it's at. Is he really having chemo today? I'm glad that he switched. I'm glad that he was trying out those he was trying out the no, I like his indicators. I like the chart, the scripts that he's got for Thinkorswim. I used to use them. They're effing awesome. I love the zigzag percentage. That's a great one. But I liked how he had it dialed in. He's got the zigzag percentage, but he's got his own, like one that he uses that's beautiful. Joe Donut diamond-handed some puts into today, didn't he? Joe Donut's got diamond hands. When I was in the Army, right, they used to make us do diamond push-ups. You put your thumbs together and your pointer fingers together. More SPY puts coming in. January 21, 452p for $180,000. Sweet. Thanks, Brad. I'll touch base with you to get those. I need them. I want them back again. They're amazing. I'm stoked that Mr. Yen is no longer doing the, he was doing experimental treatment. I know that it sucks to have to go get chemo, but I want him to stick around. I don't want him gone. There's no reason to lose that guy. Now we have QQQ puts coming in for tomorrow. 0-date puts across the board. QQQs, 367p, $200,000. 222,000. T-Crones mentioned that the gap has been filled. Yeah, you can adjust them. I adjust his zigzag percentage sometimes when I used it. I used to use it often, and then I lost them. The weird right now. We've got IWM calls coming in, right, for 500 grand. 121. Someone's taking the contrarian trade on IWM tomorrow. 205 calls January 21st. IWM puts, though, coming in not as much, only 80 grand, January 21st, 204p. So people are picking sides right now. Good afternoon, Desperado. Another $300,000 coming in on IWM. We've got two sets of IWM calls coming in for tomorrow. 205C for a grand total of $850,000. SPY is currently selling off down to 450. I think that you're right, Omar. There could possibly be a short squeeze at some point. Kenny Lay, I love that guy. You know, it's funny. I think Kenny Lay and I are friends and talking DM on one of his alt accounts. And he's never once told me it's him, but I think it's him. SPY is tagging the lower trend line on the 5-minute per Jason Hendricks. Amazon is in the ICU per Omar. Okay, just heads up as we head into this close, okay? I think that, you know, I'm unsure at this trade. Yesterday, you didn't see any big trades in the close. But today, I think that some bulls are saying, fool me once, fool me twice. They think that we sell off into the close, and then you buy the dip on a dealer buying futures into Friday. And here comes the SPY. I always love how the conversation starts somewhere at 9:30 this morning, and the script has been flipped, baby. The script has been flipped. So are we still having that conversation where Henry, come here, good boy. Are we still in that conversation right now? You guys want to have the conversation about, are we seeing 480 this week? At this moment? 451.90, 451.80. Now seeing more IWM puts. It's weird. I'm seeing a mixed bag of IWM puts and calls. See, I just saw some more IWM puts come out. January 21, 204p for $90,000. They just leave it over there. I don't know what it is, but it's that I'm gonna make my room look like pinks and blues and purples and all that kind of stuff. Nice little capitulation here into the close. There goes my Peleton puts. Looks like my Peleton puts are in the safe. I know some of you were in Peleton puts and saying we weren't going to print. The best ticker for day trading is SPY. End of story. Yeah, I got some LEDs and some I got some of those light thingies, like I forget what they're called. They're like the plastics that go over them. Ah, 480 is kaput. It's kaput. I do see some more calls coming in. SOXS, January 20th, 46C for today. Do any of you think we're going to gap down on Peleton tomorrow? I don't like that Peleton has that big giant wall on it. Yeah, gels, baby. That's what they're called. We got some large gels in the mail. Yeah, Jason was in and out of Peleton in a minute. Missed fill in 128 Peleton puts. We talked about those how many times? More SPY puts, January 21, 450p. Some weird flow coming in right now. I don't know that I believe the bulls at this point. I think they're looking for, in my true honest opinion, it looks like the bulls are looking for some kind of a contrarian trade into Friday. It's possible that it's there. It's definitely possible. I can't say that. I mean, if you've made a ton of money on the short side and you want to throw some shit tickets or some lunch tickets, fun tickets, some casino tickets at the call side tomorrow, you know, if you've made money on the short side today, there's no reason not to take your profit. Remember that. You know, it's okay to take profit. And just day trade, right? Day trade the SPY. Trade the day that's in front of you. Come back again tomorrow. We know, though, we are in a volatile environment. We can swing higher and swing lower. We know to expect this as we move forward. You want to look at the VIX, too, and see where the VIX is as we head into close right now. You know, we're only at 22.93. It is easy for us to move up into Friday to $25. Easy. Or do you think... Just coughed on something. My cough drop just went down my throat. I'm going to die over here. Yeah, baby. Fun coupons. VIX is an interesting little character right here. You can see the VIX drop us down to $22. Then we ride the VIX up into next Wednesday. But, you know, we are bullish on the VIX right now. It's looking pretty bullish to me. Maybe you could say that we're at the third lower peak. But even then, right, this 3 peaks on VIX on the 2-minute, on the 1-minute chart is very bullish. It's called an ascending something. I forget what it's called. It's not an ascending triangle. It's this other thing that it's called. And the VIX is now rising into the close, right into the 3 p.m. hour, 3:15 minute. VIX is starting to rip at this point. Come on down, babies. Show me 450. Yeah, puts on Ricolas. I'm dying over here. I just choked my cough drop down my throat. It just like slid down my throat. Andy Nelson bought 440p a few hours ago when SPY was at 457 for 10 cents. Cha-ching. Red alert on the SPY. Mayday. Stick around. Tune in to survive this market every day. Remember the conversation we were having at late morning this morning? Remember the conversation we had when I said the first place the Bears stepped in wasn't really the right place? The second place the Bears were going to step in, they actually did, right? They did step in at 458. They weren't giving anything, any quarter to the Bulls. We called the top today. Looking for capitulation down to the 450 mark. January 21, 448 puts for $100,000. Bears don't care. Everybody printing at this point, there should be no reason that anyone is not printing fat stacks of cash. Peleton's just selling off into the close. You want to know if I think Peleton or SPY is going down tomorrow? I'd put my money on Peleton over SPY. It's going to gap down in the overnight. You know why? Because it's the place that they can do it without having cash market hands, greedy fat hands all over it. More IWM puts coming in. January 21, 201p. Big IWM puts coming in right now. January 26th, 200p. QQQ puts coming in. January 21, 371p for a cool $325,000. You're welcome, everybody. You're welcome, Juice. Thanks, brother, for saying something. I need an assistant to hit the mute button while I'm choking on. I just chewed up another thing in my mouth here. I need an assistant. I just choked on another piece of that throat lozenge. A throat lozenge. I'm not going to make a joke as to what I was going to say was in my mouth. WTI is puking. XLE is holding on for now. Talked about the XLE short last night on Twitter. I didn't want to piss off my energy friends. It did run up today. When it went down into 63.58, came back up to 65.42, but in reality, this is a capitulation move. This isn't a bullish move at all. Not in my view. This is just more capitulation. Death throes of oil. I think that oil will come back. I just don't think that it I don't think that's ready to go back up. Excuse me. I don't think it's ready to go back up again. I think it needs to come down for a week. Maybe bottom out around $61. Then it moves back up higher. I think it's ultimately going higher. I just think that you've got this you've got some profit taking that needs to take place in oil. So I'm not really bearish on oil. I'm more bullish on profit taking. I should be clear in my statements that I make sometimes. Ford selling off to the lows from this morning. SQ selling off. Netflix selling off. Snap selling off a little bit. ME is selling down still. Boot is selling down to the close heavily. ARKW is giving it all back. AFRM is giving it all back. RK is giving it all back. XBI puts came in this morning, going down. Tesla's back at $1,000. Back to the drawing board. Big money in Tesla today. $10 million in calls on Tesla. I do like seeing that because it stops a market crash. Hey, somebody needs to check back and see if they're still in those calls. That's something important to see. Microsoft, you want to check to see that the interest is still there? Or were they just day trading with 10 million on their hands? SPY is knocking on the door of 450 into the close. The key would be right now to, unlike yesterday, today we've got a little mixture of contrarian trading. And this is really where it comes into play for you, right? Yeah, I'll look for XBI support. Well, I want you guys to look at the, don't hesitate, take profit. And then at some point, we have to take our own, excuse me. I'm still coughing up that chunk of cough drop. It's like sitting in my throat here. But at some point in this trade, it's up to you, right? Big boy pants, big girl pants. Are you believing in that we sell the news on tomorrow? Do we trade sideways into tomorrow? It is a big OPEX day, so I would think that this might be a nice place for XBI. You know, there could be some stability in the market tomorrow. We trade sideways. We don't see the impact of what takes place tomorrow until Monday or Tuesday. And I will probably be flat into tomorrow, except, oh, here goes capitulation. I'll probably be flat into tomorrow, except for Peleton. Watching some PayPal puts come in, January 21st, 30 or 175p. More QQQ puts coming in for tomorrow, January 21st, 365p. SoFi puts coming in again. January 21, we switched from SoFi calls to SoFi puts into the close. Capitulation down here at 451.03. We'll look below and see if this is bottom for XBI. You know, it's a tough one to look at here in XBI because it's an ETF. What I would recommend on XBI is that you look in the options chain and then check the short interest on XBI rather than checking Bookmap. You do have more buyers here, but in all honesty, it's something you need to look up. Now seeing a reversal on SoFi. Someone's buying the dip on SoFi. January 21, 15.5 for $14,000. We're down below 451 in the SPY at this point. 450.97. We'll take a look and see at this point if the buyers reach up and touch somebody. Looks like they are. It looks like we tagged it right here. Okay, I want to show you this. See this little move down here? Probably a time to take some profit. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not you. You're not me. You guys have to decide where it's going to be. We'll look down at 450 flat. Nope. Buyers are still down below. They're still down there. Still waiting. Buyers are still down below at 449.85. They've actually gone lower. Maybe some of the buyers stepped up here, but the rest of the buyers are down below. They're actually down below at 450 flat. Here we go. We're moving on down. Burr, baby, burr. Thank you, Ben Godfrey, for the tip. Ben Godfrey knows where the wise words are. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the tippage. Hope this live stream has helped you trade today. Made you a better trader today. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to donate if you're making money. Look at this. What am I looking up? IWM. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate your continued support, brother. You are in the elite circle, my man. 450.58. Tag him and bag him. VIX is green. You're welcome, Mateus. Print it. Get it on down there. Do it again for us. You guys want my honest opinion? Do we gap down tomorrow? I think I even said yesterday I don't think we gap down. Do we gap down tomorrow? I think the safest bet, if you believe in the gap down tomorrow, I think the safest bet is to get some Monday or Wednesday puts and look for the gap down, look for a sideways trade, and look for a gap down on Monday or Tuesday. We could gap down tonight, but you'd at least protect. We're seeing some heavy put flow right now. QQQs 363p for January 21st. SPY 455 January 21st, $500,000. IWM $230,000 January 26th, 200p. Talked about this yesterday, right? 196, right? IWM 200p, SPY 450p, $114,000. SPY, both for January 21st. January 21st, another 450p for $226,000. January 21st, SPY 450p, $200,000. Put flow just rolling in right now. Heavy put flow on the indexes. Blue skies below. IWM is just basically crashing through, and there is no support on IWM. There really isn't. We're below here. We're looking to target the mid 190s. Now I'm seeing heavier SoFi put flow. Before it's been like 15 grand all day long. Just saw $41,000, 15p expiring tomorrow on the 21st. More SPY puts coming in right now. January 21, 450p. Heavy put flow into the close. You guys want to check in the after hours between 4 and 4:15. See if some of these SPY puts are taken for profit into the bell or after the bell, or see if they stay in long in puts into the 15-minute hour. Got some risk takers. Got a guy buying IWM 205C for $100,000. I don't think he has access to the right information. QQQs 370p, $286,000. Big leaning in on puts into this close. Still have a half an hour left to trading. Looking at some support kicking in on IWM down below at 201. Should expect some bouncing around 201, 202. Looks like they pulled it back at this moment too. Look at that for a minute. Look at that. You had buyers stepping in for just the briefest moments on IWM. We're going to look below here and see where the bottom is. There's probably a bottom right at 200. Down here, you can see some nice ice down below. Some support here at 202. Look, probably algo stuff, 202.05. But if you start getting below here, it's blue skies below. All the way down to 197.87. 197.87. Remember that conversation we were having about where we're going? Knocking on the door of heading down on IWM. Volatility on Fed meeting, right? We've got a blackout on the Fed. We've got the Fed meeting coming up next week on Wednesday. It's 450.48, 450.40 on the SPY. Knocking on the door, 450.27 on the SPY. Oh yeah, baby, here we go. Here we go. Knocking on the door, 450.27. Knocking on the door. Hello, ladies. You ladies out there, you guys all right? All you guys out there all right? Everybody's still alive? Everybody's still cool? Watching lots of puts come in on Ally, ALLY, 48p, January 21st. Hog, 34p, January 21st. People know some inside information. EWY, puts, 75p, 211.22. That's an interesting one. Gold, GOLD, more puts again today, $11,000. Not really a big one, 20p. Keep your heads on with this one. GLBE, February 18th, 40C, $660,000. As the market's burning, someone might have some insider information. GLBE, February 18th, 40C, $660,000. That's a pretty big bet. It has a very high algo score. Breaking down here to 450.09. Just stacking puts right now. Puts are just printing stupid at this point. Just ridiculous prints on puts right now. A ricochet down below on the SPY. Oh, I'm trying to close out some puts here. Out of my put spreads at this point. Thank you for playing, everybody. Google fell over. Hey, Dana, we'll talk about it. Ask some of the folks inside this sub. This is a free sub. Hog is betting against inflation. Welcome, Dana. Check out the description in the YouTube video. Should give you some information on how we trade. Outside of market hours, if you subscribe to the Discord, it's free. Introduce yourself in there, and people will get you situated. We have more SPY puts coming into the bell. SPY 121 450p, $118,000. QQQs January 21 367p for $400,000. Bears going full balls deep into this close. SPY 121 450p, $169,000. We're tapping on the door right now of SPY. Let's look a little bit lower and see if we have any buyers showing up down here again at that 445 or 440 mark. Where's the real money at? We're seeing that the call buy or the put or the bottom buyers, right? They're disappeared down here at 445. I don't see them. And there you go. There they are right there. 445. There's some buyers, and then 440. Have more SPY puts coming in January 21, 450p for $170,000. Seeing some real under the surface put flow right now. Weird put flow. Like VST, January 21st, 22p. V for Verizon, January 18th, 205p for $241,000. Mara put flow coming in. It's weird. I'm seeing a WDC January 28th, 59C for $270,000. A lot of this stuff probably relates to the quad witching. Or not quad witching. Monthly OPEX. Excuse my faux pas there. But monthly OPEX, I'm going to expect that some people must know stuff that we don't know. XLE, January 21, 64p for $30,000. So that's two put flows on XLE at this point. Then we've got more SPY puts coming in. You ready for these, guys? Drum roll, please. SPY, January 21, 457p for $800,000. Next one, SPY, 457p for $1 million. That's a total of $1.8 million in SPY puts in the overnight. JD, $85,000 in puts. January 21, 78p. We have now broken below 450. We're at 449.65. Heading down towards the 440s that we talked about earlier this morning. Burr, baby, burr. Burr, baby, burr. Make it bounce, burr, baby, burr. Burr, baby, burr. Give it to me, burr. Make it burr. Make it burr. Make it burr, baby, burr. Burr, make it burr, baby. Burr, baby, burr. Ghost Town. Ghost Town. Breaking into 449 at this point. You want the webcam again? Hold on, I'll give you the webcam. Let's see if it's unfrozen itself. Oh, no, hold on. We'll turn it off and back on again. Hold on. Let's see if we've got the webcam back up and running. We'll check again. Maybe we had to reset it. Nope. Telling you what, total bullshit. We don't have the webcam right now. How y'all doing out there? You guys all doing well out there right now? More SPY puts. January 21, 456p. January 21, 466p. Ready for this? First one's for $874,000. Second one is for $475,000. A third SPY puts out there. SPY 121 456p for $353,000. All three 874, 474, 353. All SPY puts, all expiring tomorrow. Are puts printing? Am I an echo? Am I talking to myself out there? You guys really real people out there? How are y'all doing? Everybody hanging in there? Burr, baby, burr. Make it bounce like a quarter on an ass. Welcome to Beartown, ladies. Saw a little bit of IWM calls coming in. January 21, 205C, $261,000. We are below 450. We are below 450. I don't know what else to say. Hildeberto, Texera. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for subscribing. Andy Nelson. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. Mateus. Was that a good day or what, brother? Did you make money today, my brother? Did you print Burr today, Mateus? Sorry. Did you go Burr today? Some of you went Burr today. Yeah, Data, check out the description down below. A lot of these guys will help you. We have a very positive sub. We have people trying to make money around here. No one's trying to be smarter than anybody else. We're all trying to help each other along so that we can make money and beat the banks. Not beat retail, but beat banks. Don't hesitate to take some profit off the table. Let a couple run. You're welcome, son. What else do you do here? We talked about it yesterday. We're going to talk about it again. Let's say you want to be bearish in it tomorrow. Puts are expensive. Calls are cheap, right? So you can buy some 1 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent calls, 0 dates to hedge your short position into tomorrow. Something that tied you over. What does it cost? 10 cents? Cost you 10 cents for some calls that expire tomorrow? Hang on to a couple puts, right? So you made a bunch of money today. Throw a little bit of money down on some calls to hedge whatever you're going to hold short in tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? I would wait for those 10-cent calls until the bell or after. Yeah, you want to hedge a short position into tomorrow? Sure, we can do that. Buy 460s. They're 10 cents each. Buy 10-cent calls. January 21, 460C, 10 cents. Buy a few of those, leave them on the sidelines. Protect you in case you panic tomorrow morning. You're welcome, Josh. We got a bunch of Joshes in here. I don't want any of you Joshes to think that I don't like you. Congratulations that you're printing. Hope you guys are making money. Take your boyfriend out. Take your girlfriend out. Don't forget to tip your wife's boyfriend. No. You guys have to understand that, like, let's say we gap up in the overnight, right? Those 10-cent calls will turn into 15-cent calls. You don't need them to print out $1. You just need to print out a little bit to protect your short into tomorrow. Adam Mancini's saying 4490, 446 is next down. Bears will want to hold 4540 overnight. If we do bounce. Joshua. I love you, Josh. And I love you too, Josh Tool. Beartown, baby. If you're going to buy those cheap calls, right, you're going to look for a 10-cent or a 20-cent call to hold you over. Wait until after the bell. Got 15 more minutes left for a little bit more dippage. We ain't done dipping yet, probably. We're going to bury this thing right into the end. Office work sucks. How you doing, Joe Donut? You got a printing machine going on over there? Joey Donut, you printing over there or what, buddy? That's right. You can make a lot more money day trading than you can ever do in swing trading and anything else, period. More sellers than buyers still on the SPY. Sell program is on the SPY. Watching more QQQ puts come in. 121, 363p. 128, 300, January 28th, 362p for $300,000. Watching puts on XRT. Remember, that's the one I think we wanted to take that short, right? Remember XRT? We had some golden tickets come out on put side. Watching more of those. This looks like the hack job that they're going to do to the consumer defensive XRT retail defensive, right? March 18th, 80p for $500,000. GM, January 21, 55p, $61,000. MU, March 18th, 85p, $400,000. We're selling off into the close, boys and girls. You usually won't see Bitcoin get hit until after hours. You'll usually see from 4 to 4:15 in these moments, you'll see long-only hedge funds buy hedging after the bell. Then you'll see Bitcoin get hit afterwards, or sometimes you'll see Bitcoin get hit first, margin calls going out. Sometimes they'll dip into Bitcoin, take the cash out of there, buy a bunch of hedges. We are at a pretty decent bottom on Bitcoin right now as well. It's a pretty severe support level on Bitcoin. We can take a look at that after the bell. We'll bring up the Bitcoin feed so you can see that bottom on Bitcoin. We've got Tesla down below, bottoming out down here. Woof. 448.44 in the SPY. Ouch. Might as well tag 445, right? New price target down below, 445.03. Watching more XRT puts coming out. This is not a good sign, right? This is when the rug pull comes. XRT 318, 22p, 80p, excuse me. That's the second set for $380,000. Watching VIX calls come in. VXX January 21, 20C for $69,000. $69,000 in the VIX. JD puts coming out right now. March 18th, 80p, $900,000. JD puts. Looks like a rug pull, doesn't it? They're due to announce rates next week on the 26th. We've got OPEX tomorrow, and we have massive call delta rolling off the market. We're now at 44,816 on the SPY. And we're just selling right down into this close. Tag him and bag him at 445 flat. For all you guys that were here at 10 a.m. and 11 a.m., you guys still in the room listening in? Broken below 448. We're at 447.69. Just selling this close. Print it. Print it long. Print it hard. Like and subscribe. Roaring Sessions, you get the award of the day. You get your gold star, brother. David, how are you doing, brother? We tried to tell him, right? Andy, you're still here? Is everybody here today? Everybody okay? Everybody all right? Benji, you're sticking around? Good job. IWM puts coming in January 28th, 200p. QQQ, January 28th, 362p. Both for $300,000, 300 and change. How's that day for you, Emerson? Pretty good day today or what, brother? Chopper, hard seller, major bounce. I think tomorrow's a wait and see day. I think the easiest way is to have, I think the viewpoint would be we see up and down jagged moves across the market. There's a little bit of betting on rug pull on consumer defensive stocks heading into tomorrow. I'm going to be flat into the close tonight, looking to play short squeezes on the tickers that we talked about last Sunday. So I'll repost that information for you guys tonight. Apple puts coming in right now. AMD puts coming in right now. Across the board. We need to see call hedging for us to be looking positive. I want to say that if you're going to stay short into the close, that you look towards Monday or Tuesday for that to fulfill that promise. And I think we'll know more tomorrow when we see what flow comes into the market. We're going to see if the banks go long or short this market into February. If they don't go long this market for next month, then you know that our call wall comes down, our put wall expands deeper. And I would say it's better to wait and see. We have some January 21 450p for $200,000 coming in. Lots of options dated for tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me to see a gap down tomorrow. Wouldn't be a shocker. It is primed for that to happen. It's an easy move for futures to traders to sell it down when nobody's looking, right? We're already at 447.54. We're getting closer to 440 than 480 today. You got a gold star too, your wife's boyfriend. I want to give some thank yous out there to at Josh Tool and at your wife's boyfriend Tool. Yeah, I think there's a short covering rally tomorrow. Well, no, I don't think there's a short covering rally. Problem is the mechanics of OPEX. It can amplify a lot of moves tomorrow. This isn't a normal day tomorrow. You've got that call delta rolling off. You don't know how it was hedged in the background. Some people know, but not everybody knows. You already got my posit. This is already printed and paid at this point. You guys all know where I stand. We're at 447.22. Congratulations, Chase. Good job, brother. Tesla, Max Payne, 750. No, this is not because of the Peleton catalyst. We're now at 446.92. Just death throes of SPY at this point. 446.87. $446, folks. We started the day at the top at 458.74. We called that top earlier today. $446.85. I love you, your wife's boyfriend. Brother, what matters at the end of the day? What matters? Diamond hand those Peleton puts. Diamond hand those Peleton puts. How are we all doing out there? Just calling it 444 for the close. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. How are you all doing out there? I know you guys, some of you guys are printing. Some of you guys have been around here long enough to know who to follow. Some of you guys know exactly what's up. Whole bunch of you out there. Yeah, I'm not a tool. Burr, baby, burr. Leah subscribed. Welcome, Leah. Anybody that's just Faison, how you doing? You love me, son. Mateus, how you doing, brother? Diamond hand into the close. Captain saved my life. If you are new to this channel, how you doing, Joey? Printing, big boy? Diamond hand those puts, baby. We talked about that earlier today, Joe. We had a phone call with each other, didn't we? If you're new to the sub, look in the description. There's a Discord there. Everything in this sub is free. Just subscribe or go down and subscribe to the Discord. You can get locked in on how we trade this market. Diamond hands, baby. Diamond hands. 446.26. More SPY puts coming in. 121, 445p. We got buyers down below by small traders. SPY January 21, 445p. SPY January 21, 444p for $91,000. Tag him and bag him at 445.20. Got another $200,000 just came in. 444p expiring tomorrow, January 21. People are expecting a gap down tomorrow. Burr, baby, burr. I don't know how I'm going to scream right now. This is insano. This is insano. There's no reason for your account to not be green today. No reason for your account not to be green right now. More SPY puts coming in. 444p for tomorrow. 200 grand. Jeez, my God, this is crazy town. This is crazy town. Remember to like and subscribe. I said don't buy those calls until after the bell. At this point, we got to sell more. Retirement funds got to hedge. I agree with that. We are in Bear Town right now. We are not in Bull Town. We made that clear yesterday. We've got X puts June 17th, 20p for 300 grand. INTC puts January 28th, 50.5p. SPY. Oh my shit. Okay, you guys ready? SPY puts 447p, $1.7 million. January 28th. A cool $2 million on SPY puts for tomorrow. We could sell this market down tomorrow. X puts. We've got $1 million in X puts again. Holy shit. June 17th, 20p. $1 million on X puts. June 17th, 19p. $160,000 on X. TLT calls, $93,000. January 28th. It is getting ugly out there. A ton of calls expiring. Just burning through that wall. Sellers en masse right now in this market. That wall is disappearing. Who pointed that out? David H. Good job. So we'll stick around until 4:15. We'll wait to see if more hedging comes in after the bell. The expectation would be that a lot of these hedge or long-only hedge funds, they got to hedge at these points. When we start making these tags in their charters, it says you got to do this and you got to do that. Can't believe we've got a SPY January 28th, $2 million, let it ride, zero date. Not zero date, but it's close enough. Someone's slapping $2 million down on January 28th, 447p. Crazy town. Absolute insano. And there's the bell at 4 p.m. Hello, ladies. Like and subscribe these videos, please. I hope these live streams help you. If you've made money, please consider donating. Hope this is good information for you guys out there. This helps you become a better trader. If you're just joining us, we've got a great group of people that want to help each other make money in this market, to beat the banks, not each other. We've got a great Discord. We've got a great chat log in this YouTube video. Hang out, hook up with these people. They're all very welcoming here. This isn't one of those subscriptions. This is a free sub, by the way. This isn't one of those subscriptions where we got a bunch of assholes. So say hi, introduce yourself, ask people what to do next. Congratulations, William Ware. People are getting wrecked right now. Absolutely wrecked. Desperado, thank you for the support. Kobe, thank you for subscribing. Congratulations, your wife's boyfriend. We got a bunch of Russian bots in here now, don't we? We got 217 active watchers. Thanks for tuning in today. We're going to stick around until 4:15 and just see if anything gets really ugly after the bell. Holy after hours. Netflix is falling off the side of the face of the earth in after hours. Down 50 points. Down 50 points. Netflix is coming down. Just talked about that capitulation on Netflix half an hour ago. Just talked about capitulation on Netflix half an hour ago down to 450. Just talked about it. Yes, I can do a live stream on how to explain Bookmap. Yes, even. We'll do it. You know what? We're going to do a nightcap tonight. We're going to do a nightcap tonight. I just talked about Netflix half an hour ago. What did I say? I said I want to see Netflix come down to 450. And Netflix just dropped to 464. $464. We just talked about Netflix. This is wild. Thank you for tuning in, Barb. Thank you, even PvP, for tuning in. Douglas, what's going on? F in the chat for margin calls. John Mogs, give it to me. Netflix 460 after ER. Insano. We just talked about this, right? We just brought up the Netflix screener. We just said we want to see him trade down. This is insano. Oh, Netflix moves SPY and QQQ. Both of them. Thank you for tuning in, Teftor. Desperado F in the chat. Palantir is ending the day green. That's a good sign. If you're looking at, if any tickers are ending the day green right now, that means that they're not participating. That means it's probably a local bottom. You savage, Joe Harper. You are a savage. I don't believe you, Joe. Talk about a printer of a day. Talk about a printer of a day. This also shows you. Oh no, yeah, the trend structures have been fucked for a couple days. This just shows you, right? Stick to what you know is happening. Do your due diligence. Stick to your guns. Stick to your plan until you're proven otherwise. What does Netflix say about the rest of big tech? What does Netflix say about the rest of big tech? What does Netflix say? Does that say Apple's staying up? Thank you, Lone Wolf. Does that mean that when we have the next big tech earnings, they're going to stay up? Look at that straight capitulation in the SPY. Woo! Good job, Randall, for saving the day, brother. Tegan, thank you for giving the shout out. They're going to dump. They're going to dump. You know they're going to dump GP. I might buy some of those 5-cent calls in the bell today. How deep did we go? We got pretty deep, didn't we? It's only 4:05. Let's look at some calls. See how nasty it is in there. Death and destruction, isn't it? So much pain. No, I wouldn't have bought 460s now. Oh, Joe Harper's calls are up 50%. His 460 calls. Joe Harper's calls are printing 50% already. Joe Harper bought 460 C's for 5 cents. They're up to 7 cents now. Oh, 6 cents? Guys are savages out there. Savages. Telling you to buy freaking dirt cheap puts, dirt cheap calls. Oh, yeah, your wife's boyfriend tipped. Thanks, my brother. Printing both sides now. You guys are savages. Savages. Day trade and arbitrage on 0 dates left and right around here. You guys are savages. Hey, Silk Room Scuffed. I hope you're making money, brother. Thanks for catching my live stream. Cheers, my bro. Hope you guys are all making bank out there. Timing, baby. Timing. Timing, baby. Timing. Joe Harper's making money on both sides of the trade, you dirty bastard, you. Congratulations to all of you out there. Yeah, you're going to see an impact from Netflix selling off. You are going to see an impact across big tech. Just heads up on that. You will see an impact. Say if Netflix had ripped after the close and held into tomorrow, you would see an impact on the positive side for Apple. This is most certainly going to scare away Apple bulls at this point, right? You're going to have some panic selling in the after hours, in the queues. I can't tell you what to hold. I can't tell you what to do with your when to take profit. You know, sometimes, you know, Captain Ron, I will say one thing to you. Sometimes there's better positioning for puts. We know that we're at the bottom of a chart. We might gap down tomorrow, but there are better places to buy puts. We know that, right? There are better places to position yourself. Even if we gap down, even if you miss that trade, there's better places to take a put than where we are at this current moment. Think about when other people were entering put positions today. Think about like where did somebody else grab puts, right? Bears grab puts today above at 468, right? You want to be in rhythm with this sell-off. Just want to thank all of you guys for being here. Tyler, thank you for the tip. Joe Harper, thank you for the tip. Tyler made some money today. Thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for sticking up for me. Thanks for believing in me. I believe in you guys. I know it's difficult to time trades. I know it's difficult to take the difficult trade. I know you don't want to buy puts when we're on a high. I know you don't want to buy calls when we're on a low. I know that brain tells you don't do this. Love all you guys out there. Yeah, you'll give me more than the tip. Easy, Joe. So I hope you guys had a great day today. I really do. I hope you guys are able to learn, even though it goes against the grain of everything inside of you, where to go long, where to go short. Yeah, I'll accept you guys into the private Twitter feed. I just have to go back through and review them and let you guys in. Yeah, so I place trade. So check on Schwab. You should be able to place options trade on all the major indexes after the close until 4:15, even if you can't do it on stocks. I would be wary into tomorrow. If you want to trade, I would say that tech is on the knife's edge. Yeah, we're doing some cheap calls for Friday, of course. Even if we burn them, you know, if you made $500 on puts today, don't buy $500 in calls for tomorrow. You know, spend $20, $30, spend $100. Does that make sense? But I do want to say one thing. With Netflix selling off like that, if it impacts if it impacts other tech stocks, you could see a sell down overnight in NDX. Yeah, you can trade indexes, not stocks, after the bell, even on Schwab, I believe. Private Twitter feed is down in the description of this video. I let everybody in. You guys can get into the Discord. You guys can get into the website. Nothing is paid here. You don't pay for nothing. The only thing that I ask is that if you're a new trader, if you're a poor trader, that you like and subscribe. It takes a lot of effort to put this information out there for you guys. I ask that if you make money, become a better trader, get new tools in your tool chest. You stop losing big amounts of money. That you help support the channel by donating. Other than that, there's no requirements. Just liking and subscribing is enough for me. That's right, your wife's boyfriend. We'll have another, I'm going to do another live stream later tonight, like yesterday, okay? Any of you that tuned in last night, late night, you heard what I had to say last night, right? Sell the effing rip. And we sold the effing rip today, right? Heads up right now. Warning to all of you out there, okay? We have some right at the bell here at 4:15, where it's 4:13 right now. We've got SPY puts. February 18th, 428p, $6 million. February 18th, 428p, $2.9 million. Someone out there just bought January 24th, 364 calls at $225,000. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Those calls came in literally a half a minute after someone just dropped 10 million on February 28th, or excuse me, February 18th, 428p on the SPY. More options flow right now into the bell. 428p, February 18th, $10 million. Talk about a premium kick in the nuts to anyone that was sitting in those 428ps. $428p. So if you were holding those 428ps into the bell, you're going to get a premium kick. If you only came back for 30% up, now you're going to get up to 40 or 50% just by more puts being bought. This is hilarious. This couldn't get any funnier, to be honest with you. They are saving Josh's 428s. They are. Now that's $20 million. Hopefully he's still in those puts because someone believes in 430 and 428 with a lot of money. A lot more money than I have. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get something to eat. We're going to try to do another show tonight, okay? We had one late night last night to talk about this stuff. I don't know if we gap down tomorrow. It looks like a prime candidate to do that. You can hold on to a couple of your puts, right? Add some call coverage to protect yourself into tomorrow. Hope you guys made money today. Hope you guys are learning. Hope you guys are making money. I hope that I'm able to help even smart traders to confirm or deny or to fade me if you want to. Hope this is helping you out there. And we'll do a late night stream tonight. I got to get a glass of whiskey later tonight. We'll have a little glass of whiskey. We'll talk about what to expect tomorrow and into Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, Joshua's going to be rich now. Alex, thank you for the tip, brother. Yeah, it cost me more on tipping through the PayPal link here. Cost me more than doing it on Twitter. I appreciate all the support, guys. I know your wife's boyfriend's at home right now laughing his ass off. I love all you guys. All of you. When do we go up? I don't know. We now have an equal put call ratio going into tomorrow. Love all you guys out there. Where's the guy that was asking to Cap to explain myself? Yeah. Sorry, buddy. I do so much due diligence here. Josh, are you rich? Josh, are you here? Josh, you dirty bastard. Josh, did you see those puts? $10 million. Somebody bought your puts, bro, for $10 million. I love you, Josh. Josh H. Josh H has entered the fucking chat. I love it. Good to see you back, brother. Don't go anywhere. Stick around, brother. This is hilarious. Love seeing you back, my brother. I'm so stoked that you held. I'm so stoked that you're back. I'm so stoked that you held. Congratulations. Diamond hands, baby. Dude, he's back. You know what? We're going to give Josh maybe we'll have to make Josh we're going to have to give Josh like he'll have to be a moderator inside of the Discord or something. Josh is in the deep fold now. He's ours. We ain't letting him go to anybody. He's staying with us. He's one of the boys now. You're not getting out of here that easy, Josh. You're in like Flynn now. You're part of the crew. We're going to turn him to the dark side. We're going to make him a bull and a bear. I'm so stoked he held too. It would have sucked if he didn't hold. It would have totally sucked. I'd be so pissed at myself. It's good to see that he's still here. All right, so here we're going to do, right? So have a great afternoon, everybody. Joshua is definitely legend. I want to buy him a whiskey. Yeah, let me know how a bunch of those other subs out there are doing. Oh, yeah, Josh called me son. That's right, it's Josh, my son. Come to the dark side. Come to the dark side. Captain Ron, thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. All right, listen, all you guys have a wonderful evening. Take your loved ones out. Spend a little bit of money. Enjoy your night. I want you guys to enjoy the rest of your night. I also want you guys to be around. Some of you guys, you can't be, but some of you guys that can be, we'll do another one tonight. A nightcap. Make sure that we're prepared for tomorrow. Ready for the day today. Please welcome anybody into the sub, right? Make sure we're welcoming the people. Make sure we're helping people along so they're making money. Make sure we say hi to people inside the Discord. Share your Twitter handles with these people so they know who you are in real life in the public. So that we can get this nice crew going together. You guys are all awesome. I really do. You guys are killing me. Every week we're killing it around here. Killing it around here. Week in, week out. Yeah, he's the man, dude. He's legend now. We finally have a legend. He's a legend. He's awesome sauce. I love that guy. And I like that he stuck around too. Some people wouldn't, and I'm glad that he did. I don't know what time I'm coming on tonight. Like 10, 11 o'clock? Some kind of a midnight panic when I'm freaking out. We'll look through Bookmap tonight if we can. Yeah, press that like button if you can. Tip if you can. Keep tuning in if that's the most that you can do. We're here to make money together. Probably get in trouble for this one day. We have to do this like privately inside Discord so that so no one finds out who we are. Yeah, make friends with Cowboy Starfish on Discord. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. I'll catch up with you later. Yeah, it's going to get wild here. Guaranteed. All right, I'll talk to you guys soon. I got to get a whiskey. You guys are the best. David said the dollar's getting the risk off event right now. No shit, huh? Wild. Can't believe it. This is a wild day. This is an absolutely wild day. been nothing less than wild. Past few weeks been wild. I mean, we're trading. Wait a minute here. What am I doing here? Uh-oh. I got the wrong thing up. Ruh-roh. I think I had the wrong thing up. The wrong thing up here. Hold on here. Getting wacky here. Trying to do a close to this show and I can't. Old man Johnson, old man Jim James here doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Old man, dad doesn't know what he's doing. He need my kids to help me. Josh subscribed. Right on, brother. Right on. Oh, shoot. I did the wrong thing here. I'm jacking this all up right now. Media source. I don't know what I'm doing here. All right, you guys, take it easy. Great day.